I think sound is off. Now it's on.
Test, test.
Test,
Test.
test, test. I think so.
All right, we got.
Silence.
We're ready when you are, Chair.
We ready? Okay, the special meeting of the Design Review Committee is called to order for purposes of the workshop related to the general plan design element review. So it's called to order. Let's have a roll call, please.
Member Cully, absent. Member Deputy,
Here.
Member Dryden Hess,
Here.
Member Jacobson Bates,
Here.
Chair Kavanaugh.
Here, present. I'll lead the Pledge of Allegiance. This will be the only Pledge of Allegiance we have today. We won't have another one for this regular meeting. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Madam City Manager, do you want to introduce the first item, or the Design Review Committee workshop?
Thank you, Chair and Committee. Thank you all for being here today for this special meeting. This is part of a very important process for the general plan update, and obviously the community design element is at the heart of solving and what solving is. So this is very important discussion. So thank you everybody for making the time to be here, and I see that there are some members of the public here as well, so that's great. The purpose of today's meeting is really to start a conversation about the community design element and have you, DRC Design Review Committee members, provide us with feedback, with your original feedback to where the element is today, and get some vision from you for where the element would be going in the future. We welcome all of the input from the public, also for the Design Review Committee's knowledge. This is an opportunity for public to provide that input. So this is a workshop for us to have this initial conversation. We will take all the feedback from you, incorporate it into a draft element, and then come back to you with that direction to further refine the element. And with that, I will introduce Brent with Meteor Harnish, who are our consultants leading the general plan update.
Okay, great, thank you. Before you get started, I do want to say that the schedule was to start at 3:30 and go for an hour and a half or so. I think we're going to work hard to make sure that we operate expeditiously as possible, but in a way that's we're going to take whatever time is needed to ensure that there's an appropriate disposition of the matters before us. And I think we'll also defer the approval of the agenda for this meeting. There really isn't much, and we'll do that in the context of the regular meeting that follows around, well, at 5 or so, we'll perhaps be in a position to adjourn this meeting. We'll have a break between this meeting, 10 or 15 minute break between the end of this meeting and the beginning of the regular meeting, okay? Please, appreciate your efforts, and your, it's good to have you here in person.
Yes, it's good to be here with the DRC. I've been with the GPAC several times, but I've only been part of these meetings via Zoom, so it's good to see all of you in person. Just a little background, as Enid mentioned, we're embarking on the community design element. I would say for the city of Solvang, this is probably one of the most critical elements in your general plan. It's not mandatory, it's not required, but this is what makes the community unique, and this will what will further the community's qualities moving forward. It'll further economic development, and this ties all the way back into land use and housing and services. So this is a very broad element, and we wanted to start off with the DRC first, as your role is evaluating urban design and community design within Solvang. So just to give a quick recap of the roadmap for this afternoon, what I'd like to do is to walk through your existing community design element. I provided a matrix. I know that each of the DRC members has that matrix. feel free to either use that, or we've received comments already just on the side. What I'm going to ask is, at the end of this meeting within the next week, if we could get a copy, if you can send a copy to City Manager Bradford of your comments. We're going to use that as a guide as we start to move forward. If you're part of the GPAC, you're familiar with that style process, and we'll bring forward an element that reflects your comments. We'll move on from there, talking about the audit and each of the individual components that you feel should be brought to our attention today before we bring back a draft element for your review and further refinement. And then we'll talk about different areas for consideration. So your element right now is pretty broad, but there is the ability to expand upon some of these, getting into different types of public realm aspects, other preservation aspects, pulling in an historic provision aspect of it. So we'll want to take the temperature of both the DRC and the public here to see what you would like to consider as optional approaches to add.
Okay.
And then I will hand it back to the chair at that point to facilitate public comment. If you choose to have that further, just stop me and let me know.
Okay, great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. We can go to the next slide. So your community design element, is it clicker? Perfect. Can you hear me in this, right? Sounds like it's not on, but. So your existing community design element is focused on this list, which is shown here on the screen. Everything from site planning and architecture, entry treatments, hillside development in particular. Geography and solving is varied and runs all the way down to the river. So that's a very important aspect, how the design get integrated into the topography. This was adopted back in 1988, so we're talking about 30 plus years. And so tonight what we want to do is take a look at this element, feed this in with the general plan audit, and get some feedback from the DRC after your review on particular goals, policies, or programs or objectives that you feel are either outdated or either successful and that we should move forward as part of this process. This is really meant to be an open dialogue between the four of you, and we'll take notes and provide feedback back and forth. I will say that the structure of the community design element for a general plan is actually in pretty good shape. It is at a high level. There is a section at the back of the element which incorporates the community design guidelines. These are more regulatory in nature, and we'll touch on these a bit later this afternoon and some options for how to deal with this portion. But at face value, what you have is very good. After my review, it seems like a lot of those goals and policies are still in play. You see those throughout the community, especially in the village core. So that's where I'd like to get your feedback on your thoughts about design currently and moving forward from this element. So just to go over the element purpose real quick, it's to identify the current community character and determinants that create solving. We'll also want to make sure that the element provides a general design framework that tees up your future zoning revisions, tees up future abilities for the DRC to evaluate projects that come before you. So we want this element to be beneficial for you, not a hindrance. So any way that we can clarify, streamline, is important moving forward in relation to design.
By the way, I want to make a comment here. We have, in the audience, we have four residents of Solvang who have been leaders in the community for a long time, and I agree with you. I've only been here 8 or 9 years. That job in 1988, I was, it's very impressive in a way, and I think it's stood the test of time. So to the extent you guys that have been here and been leaders during all that time, please know that it's an impressive, and I think its durability is also test to the fine job that was done 32 years ago. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for recognizing that.
I will agree, and that's why I brought up that the current structure and the way that the element has played out through development that we're seeing today is still applicable, and that is a testament to the prior process, and that it stood 30 years is impressive. You'll find that a lot of community design elements don't stand the test of time. So I do agree with your assessment, Chair. So for the general plan audit, what I'd like to do is just talk with the four of you and walk through that audit, line item by line item, and just get some general broad feedback. This meeting is being recorded, so we'll have this as a backup. I'll be taking notes as well. So, Chair, if I can have you start off through your review of the community design element, starting off with the goals and policies relating to the different facets we had talked about: architecture, design, site planning. Were there any general observations in regards to the practicality or the applicability of those moving forward?
Yeah, there were some. I guess I don't have them captured exactly that way, but I had a challenge personally. Maybe got some of the feedback about that this was kind of tedious and paperwork in some ways. So I just went and on each one of them I had comments about them. For instance, on the very first one, strengthen the visual and active identity. I don't know what the visual and active identity. I guess I'm just not sure what that means. But I do think that with regard to that first one, there's been it's the city has benefited from its vibrancy. I think has continued to grow and has improved with the city. I think, I don't know, I'd have to go back and through and but perhaps if we take them in order, we can do that. People can comment on the rather go individuals. We'll go item by item and have them. Is that?
Yeah, I think what we can do is start with each of the objectives. I mean, objective 1.0 it is mainly dealing with the identity. So it's an identification.
Right.
It's called an objective in your current general plan. It's more of a goal. So based on the DRC, is the way that goal is structured, is it clear and concise? Are there ways that we as the consultant team along with city staff should refine that to you had mentioned it's not clear.
Well, one of the
strengthen
things
the
that
visual.
happens occasionally through here, and I'm sure that some of it has to do with the fact that it's based on policies elsewhere, but it says strengthen the visual and active identity of the city. I think there's a lot of things in here where you say city and you mean the village.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's other places where you say city and you mean city, but which is different than the village. and I think this is one where I think if it means village, I think it's a good job with it. I think if it means the city, when they say the city, does it mean the city? I think it means in that case, maybe there's a lot more outside the village that could be done that they're suggesting here, having to do with city areas, the portals to the community and that sort of thing. So that's a kind of a recurring issue. Do you mean city or village here?
So better clarification on the applicability of where these goals or policies would apply to. That's what I'm hearing is that there are areas in the element.
Sometimes that's the case. Yeah.
And there are areas in the element that get down to just the village or areas outside of the village. And maybe that just needs to be tweaked and refined so it's clear.
Yeah, to me, what I found is that, as our chair said, that it's amazing that this document created in 1988 has done such a great job of carrying through the decades. That said, the terminology that's utilized today, the descriptions, I think a lot of that really needs to be updated. I think that the model that you provided for Los Gatos had excellent terminology, definitions, and to me I see the need to make it clear, make it concise, make it relevant to the terms that are used today in construction and design and all the different features that are covered. That will go a long way towards these descriptions. I got copious notes that took really a long time to put together on each of the elements. I did not follow the sheet, but made notes all over, which I can transcribe so somebody other than me can read it, as in you and your team. it seems a little bit laborious to go through every single one in an hour and a half. I don't know if we can achieve that. It's a really ambitious goal. So I'm not sure if there's a way that you advise us to be able to work our way through it effectively and allow community input as well.
I think there's a few approaches here. I've done a few of these in varying communities where we either walk through them each. I agree that the time frame here is short, and all of you have a very long evening ahead, from what I understand. The other option here is to point out, based on your review, and I know you all have notes on this, on specific sections that either need to be removed or need to be updated. When we make notes of that, we're under the assumption, based on your feedback, that remaining sections, as they're presented, are successful, they should be carried forward, and they work. There might need to be some minor modifications, but it's not a wholesale rewrite or wholesale addition. That's one approach, is where we start to eliminate items, if at all. So I guess switching gears a little bit, my general question to the DRC would be, are there any sections that based on your review are not relevant and should not be carried forward for consideration?
I had a couple of points.
I
Take
did
me
too.
a minute to find them here.
And this is the first of a few times we'll meet on this, so this is not the last.
I see some notes under 7, which is the ensure that new development is compatible with and incorporated into the fabric of the existing community. As far as striking it, 7F, 7G, I wasn't sure if they were necessary or implemented. 7H, again, I'm not sure if this is applied.
Mm-hmm. And for those community members that are here in person and on Zoom, 7F, G, and H are dealing with transitional scale and setbacks, and the varied lot widths depending on location, on residential location.
7I, I also felt like that had the potential to be deleted.
I agreed with that. I think that's it, to encourage the use of curvilinear streets to slow traffic and enhance neighborhood appearance.
Mm-hmm.
I think that may have been a great 33 years ago, whatever it was.
It hasn't really been applied.
Right.
Well, I'd debate that, actually. In some newer developments, they're implementing the circles, like the European circles, to avoid the traffic circles, to avoid more stop signs and people running the stop signs. So they're doing the yield circles, and they're much more effective, actually, in these neighborhoods. So rather than having a ton of these stop signs through the back neighborhoods, the traffic circles, if you could do it, would be probably preferable than some of the more dangerous.
Is that what curvilinear streets means?
Well, I don't know.
So you
I
have-
don't know. Don't challenge me on that.
I like
Well,
that
actual
definition.
language, come on.
I think of the new
Telling
developments
you
as
what's on top of my head.
primarily, they seem like they're straight lines. You know, I think of
Mhm.
Skip Mesa as being probably the newest development, and
Yeah.
there's really nothing curving there.
So your typical street structure is on a grid.
Yeah.
You're talking curvilinear, your line of sight isn't straight down the street. It starts to break up the visual. Roundabouts was what you're talking about, neighborhoods.
Yeah.
That's coming back in, I'll say, style again.
Yeah.
That is something that could be included in a community design element. What we would most likely do is cross-reference and tag it back to the mobility element that
Yeah,
we're preparing
makes
right
sense.
now as well.
Mhm.
So there's consistency between the
I
docs.
don't think there's a problem with curvilinear.
It just hasn't been applied that I really knew
Yeah.
of. So there's just some observations
Yeah.
as to what was incorporated versus what has actually transpired.
On item 4D, it says, "The city shall provide commercial signage which consolidates advertising for commercial outlets as theme pattern." And again, I read that to say the city is going to pay for commercial signage for advertising commercial establishments. I guess I have a problem with the city paying for, advertising signage for some commercial. Maybe I'm misreading that. Another one right after it is 4E. The city shall develop a program to retrofit existing signage not in conformance with adopted guidelines. And maybe that's a program that is funded by the business, but it wasn't clear sometimes, or whether that who pays for that. We shouldn't, again, my comment is, the city should not provide city-funded program to retrofit private signage. If that's the intent, that's,
Well, and I can add on, and this is where clarification in language is important. So on the policy 4D, where the city shall provide commercial signage, the term provide, I think it's vague. My interpretation of policy 4D would be that there would be a set standard in a sign ordinance or a sign code that would state for a property that has X amount of businesses, you have to have a grouped sign. Not each business can have its own that fronts a street.
And that exists.
That exists.
Yeah.
So that's, if that's a policy to carry forward, that can be maintained. The language might need to be refined on that.
And I think that's an example of what I was mentioning, is I think there's, the majority of this is still applicable.
It is.
It's just the way it's worded that needs to be looked at, and I kind of felt like that almost from the beginning to the end, with the major, sections, 3.1 and, up through all of them, that there's a lot of information that's good, it needs to be retained, it just needs to be brought to 2022 standards instead of 1987, 88 standards.
Okay. Any other thoughts or feedback on this element pertaining to policies and goals? Because what I'm hearing is that what's currently in your element, a lot of it is still applicable. A lot of it can still get carried forward, and that's what's led to what's outside the doors right now. It's just cleaning up the language, and I think that's probably the clearest direction we can get, is to modify some of that language and then bring it back for consideration. Are there any other points that you would flag for us? I know we'll have copies of all your notes, but sometimes it's better to get those out in the open in this type of form.
There's one thing, and this is more a question about what exists kind of currently. I know there's historic designations on certain buildings and properties throughout the city, I suppose. But is there anything that covers the village kind of as a historic area that could limit, like horrible sorts of things occurring architecturally or historic, buildings being torn down and things that, what exists in that world?
So there is no formal historic designation over the village at this point. It is something that a city can pursue going forward, but it's not something that's in existence today.
Yeah, it was just a question, so thanks for clearing it up.
And that was one of the things on my mind, of course, and there's a lot of rules and policies and procedures in place given the Danish/Northern European look. I think some of that can be updated as well. Incentivizing the maintenance and keeping in place the historic buildings. I think that's something that's really has the potential to be added in here, because our downtown sector is, a lot of those buildings were built 100 years ago and have been modified over and over. And over the next 20 years, there's going to need to be additional modifications, and some of that is going to be problematic. Sometimes it might be considered to be more economical to start all over. how is that gonna be addressed? I think that needs to be considered within the context of this document. Something to encourage and incentivize maintaining the historic buildings.
Character. I think you make a really good point, because when you think about architectural details on buildings, right, and we've had numerous conversations about this, is like the window detail or the door detail, or the, you know, and then it wants to be modernized because that's probably the simplest and easiest thing to purchase, actually. Whereas that doesn't it's not in keeping with the actual overall intent. So we are trying to be helpful, but we look obstructionist because we're trying to retain that quaint character, and people, you know, want to do really what's what's economical, which makes sense completely, and I'm supportive of that. But I do think we want to make sure that that quaintness and that character is retained in updating the buildings, right?
I agree.
I agree too.
Yep.
And I think, you know, part of the reason I brought it up was, again, going back to the old buildings, that, you know, a lot of them started out not Danish style on Copenhagen Drive. They started out more Western false front style and eventually became the town that we know and recognize today. So there are challenges maintaining those in a safe fashion to use for public buildings and commercial and retail. So I'd like to see something in here that adds in that component.
Yeah, it may suggest perhaps, I mean, again, policies are terrific, it's unclear sometimes whether it applies to the city as a whole, the village only, or whatever. And perhaps part of the redraft is kind of reordering it. So there are some policies that apply to the village, you know, and that's highlighted and clear. Right now, it's kind of
Too general.
it's too general. I mean, again, it's sometimes you refer to it, or they refer to it as the village, but I think there are a set of policies that apply to the village that don't apply elsewhere. There's probably some that apply elsewhere, but I think maybe reordering it that way so it's clear people are really interested in the village issues particularly. That is, as you say, what makes this community particularly special, and why this design element is so important, that be captured and in one place.
I think that's why I keep referencing the Los Gatos example, which I think is, again, seems like an excellent example. And they have districts, they call it in there, but perhaps something that sets apart, and it begins with a list of definitions which are applicable to, you know, major areas. And I believe that a lot of that would be really helpful in the general plan, and many of those elements could pertain to solving. One of the other things that I see repeated throughout this is references to landscape, and we all, I think, can agree, because we're tasked with this as the DRC, is that landscaping is an important element of projects. But landscaping and how that was interpreted in 1988 versus 2022 after our years of drought and fire takes on a whole new meaning, and I believe that there needs to be careful look at how it's worded around landscaping, because it's emphasized quite frequently, and yet sometimes that's going to be not practical, especially on public areas, and they reference medians and landscape plantings along city streets. So I think that needs to be clarified. I do have a question on, I see the word hierarchy used in multiple places throughout this. An example is lighting and street improvements which reinforce the hierarchy of the street system.
What say with the number?
3.A, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Establishing the circulation element of the general plan. And perhaps this is an example of terminology that's not really used anymore, but I don't even know exactly what they're referencing here.
I have the same comment, hierarchy system unclear.
I think that would be boulevards, streets, alleys, going down to,
Okay.
but we don't have a big hierarchy and.
And those are policies that at a fundamental level will have to be updated for consistency with the other elements that are being prepared. So in the mobility element, there is going to be a street classification system. Every community has one. As small as Solvang is, you will have one. We can always reference back to that, and then it'll be up to the purview of the DRC when we bring back that draft element to see if that is even relevant once we modify it. You might decide that to recommend striking it at that point. But we'll bring it back at least as an option for your consideration.
Okay.
Lighting is mentioned in multiple places. I'd like to see that built into that is the element of the dark sky lighting that is
Yeah.
required.
So as part of dark sky, I don't believe the city currently has a dark sky ordinance. Am I correct?
I thought we did.
Is it an approved dark sky ordinance?
I believe so.
I know somebody is online who would know the answer to that question.
See Nancy there.
Nancy, did you hear that question?
We have an outdoor lighting ordinance, which is a kind of dark sky ordinance. And it was, I believe, approved in 2006. And we feel it needs updating. The Save Our Stars Committee is currently working on a countywide ordinance, and we would like to see Solvang and Buellton's ordinances be compatible so that it makes it easier for people who are working in multiple cities with the county to follow the ordinance. And so we are not yet at the point of being able to give you a draft ordinance. We had an unexpected setback, and we're going to be restarting the work. We have an actual draft ordinance, but it's not yet perfect, but there's no perfect ordinance, but ready for consumption.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate your contribution. Okay, I think the one other thing I was going to mention, it relates to what I was talking about before, the village versus in the draft of the full draft of the community, the design element from earlier. It made it clear that they did not want some of the policies in the village applied outside the village because it would take away from the village extraordinary character. So we're not going to try to make everything sort of look half Danish.
Correct.
We want to make sure that that special treatment is confined to the village, and I think that's why it's especially important. I think that maybe we make sure it's clear what applies in the village and what applies outside the village.
So I'm hearing from the DRC that is still applicable, having that defining line.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, I wouldn't have, it never really, I thought, well, we have to have, half timbers and everybody's new house and so forth. And no, in fact, the argument was made, I think it made some sense, that it helps make the downtown more special and precious.
And tall roof buildings also, take away from the view shed of those behind them too. So it's nice in residential areas, you don't need that in our environment.
I do want to go back to the discussion on lighting. So you have a lighting ordinance. A dark sky ordinance, I would say, takes lighting to another level. There's certain stipulations that you have to meet. Is that something for consideration as we wouldn't necessarily develop a dark sky ordinance as part of this element? It would be included through policy and then a program to either study or create one. Is that something that we should consider implementing as part of this?
I think it would be helpful if a policy statement were either current policy statement amended or a new one added, making it clear that we are talking about dark sky ordinance, DSO or whatever,
Mhm.
whatever the citation is,
Yeah.
to do that, and then that be considered obviously by the city council about its adoption, but my sense is, that is an asset that the city wants to build on.
Mhm.
In particular in the commercial sector, but, and perhaps where it's mandated, I believe that is currently the case within commercial developments and any improvements, and strongly encouraged in residential. I'm not sure if it's required in residential. In private homes, I don't believe it's required presently, is it? I believe it's encouraged. I think a lot of that has to do with education.
So one thing that I've noticed in reviewing the element, in reviewing the design guidelines, which are actually the back part of the element, is even though these are labeled as design guidelines, if you read through them, and you're probably very familiar, and so are some of our members of the audience in the room, a lot of these are regulatory in nature. They include prohibitive language, regulatory language, shalls,
Right.
restrictions. They're not necessarily guidance. And what's outlined in your design guidelines is certain areas or zones, I'll say, that are requiring that whatever is in here is completed and is met through project review and eventual evaluation when something comes before. One item that we're seeing in contemporary community design elements is that the community design elements are intended to be at that 30,000 foot level. They don't include the regulatory language that you would typically see as part of your municipal code, development regulations, or other ordinances. So one item I wanted to pose to the DRC this afternoon was whether we should look at simplifying the design guidelines, pulling some of them in as actual policies. Those that are regulatory, parking off to the side for the moment, and potentially having a program that codifies that. If those are codified, it actually provides teeth, so when projects come before the DRC Planning Commission and potentially council, there's something to fall back on that is part of your ordinances.
I think we've already all talked about this exact same thing, because we talked about the need to codify the guidelines as opposed to having them be called guidelines when in fact they are the shall thing.
Mm-hmm.
So from my perspective, I think that's really what it needs here. That would allow us to do the big picture with this, and then as a design review committee, ultimately, it would make our positions much easier, and it'd make it much easier for the applicant, because these are all clearly stated policies and rules. They aren't just guidelines.
And there still would be, there would still be the ability for guidelines and an evaluation determination made by the DRC, but there would be a set, for lack of better words, checklist, so that those coming in with the project know exactly what the city's expectations are for projects, at least at a base minimum when they come in. And I've found through development of zoning regulations and other requirements, when it's codified, it's really set in stone. There's no gray area. It's black and white, and that not only provides clarity for applicants, but it also provides streamlining processes for the city.
We're supportive.
We've been waiting for the day when that all happens.
Yeah, I agree. I agree up to a point, I guess, because I think there are times when we have things that ought to be required, they ought to be required, and ought to be incorporated in the city code. And I think there ought to be stated preferences that the city has about certain things. But I think there also could be, in certain circumstances, the opportunity for an applicant to make a case why some variation from that preference, not what's mandatory, but from some of the expressed preferences that the city has, can be
But there's a
overcome.
There's a process to do that,
Yeah.
You're right. Well,
right?
I think so. I mean, well, again, somebody says it's locked in stone,
Well,
then that means, I think there are times when, I'm not sure I want it.
Well, I think that it's always gonna be the exception that proves the rule, no doubt. I think of an example as anything that's happening in the TRC with new development needs to fit within the Danish/Northern European design. Then beyond that, there can be some room for interpretation. And I believe that that is based upon those criteria we're required to look at, you know, the surrounding buildings, how it fits with the colors, the environment, and all of those things. So some of that, I feel like definitely should be codified. Other things need to be on a case-by-case basis within a certain kind of bigger umbrella.
I think because what we're trying to do is really drill down in the area of the TRC, in the village.
That's right.
That's really what we're trying to protect. Everything else is sort of, like, you don't want to you don't want to prevent development, you don't want to prevent progress, but if you have something that you're trying to value, and there's a brand there, and you're trying to protect that brand, you have to codify it to protect it, ultimately, or the personalities of any group come in and then erase it, okay? So the best way forward is to make it part of the rules of operations around that, and that's how you protect it.
And I think that there's an example of that is in the design guidelines. It's actually on page 7. It's number 4, has to do with roof pitch. And it is a regulatory language, roof pitch shall, and it gives, you know, the rise, run, and exactly what you need to have on your slope. That itself, that is a development regulation that typically you would find in a zoning ordinance or municipal code. Something like that could be codified, because any new development you want in the village core, you want to have the proper roof pitch, whether it's in, you know, a certain range. But where the DRC comes into play, where it's not set in stone, would be color or the type of window trim, where you can get into with specifics, but the visual aspect, that's your job to evaluate that when a project comes forward. So that's where you can have both sides. You can have your codified standard with the flexibility and uniqueness through evaluation of a guideline.
I understood, I agree.
Yeah. So that leads into kind of one of the big things. It's again something we've all been talking about since we all first got here. And I believe that 6B gets to this, that if I'm reading it right, it's about the creation of a document, or a new document, updated, let's say, document that shows, you know, all the examples of things like colors, like the, you know, the contrast between half timbers and the base, and so many things that come up every month for us. If that's clear in a brand new document, that would be incredibly helpful, not just for us, but for anyone who's doing any new project. So even if there wasn't a law, for example, for one reason or another, we could sit here and easily refer to page 16 of this new guideline and say, no, see right here, it says such and such. My question is that what that's referring to, is some kind of a new document?
So policy 6B, that's referring to a new set of guidance. That would be a standalone document is what that's referring to. That includes approved textures, approved colors, kind of like a color board. If a project comes in and matches that, then they're pretty much good to go. If they want to deviate from that, it would be up to the DRC. You typically do not see community design elements getting to that granular of a level. Very few communities get down to that color level. I can give you an example of one that does. City of South Lake Tahoe. We wrapped up their architectural design standards. It's a little different. The Tahoe Basin requires that you match the Munsell chart due to environmental considerations. So you have to meet certain hues that are given by the federal government for projects. In my professional opinion, if that is something that the DRC is interested in, I would continue it as a program or as a study to have a separate component get down to that granular level of detail. It is typically far too detailed for a policy document, which is meant to sit at that higher level.
I think we started off kind of doing that, saying, okay, we're gonna have to identify or adopt a color palette.
Mhm.
And then we said, no, I mean, what the standard is traditional historic Danish for the village, that is,
Mhm.
right? And let's have the applicant explain what their proposals, the elements, the elements of their proposals
Mhm.
meet that standard. That's the standard. I mean, it's not this color palette, it's not this roof pitch. It's historic, traditional Danish. Not modern, not Danish modern, contrary to some things you see. But, but shift the burden of proof onto the applicant to establish why their proposal conforms with that. So it's not very granular.
Well, and that goes back, it seems like, to your comments about it needs to be the broad overview. And for me, 6B was a problem both from the specifics that it refers to, but also the lack of reference to separating commercial from the TRC, from the residential, because the TRC is different from the commercial area outside of the TRC is different from the residential. So I think that having those broad pictures, the broad descriptions are what we all want. And that, like as Pat said, at one point we thought a color palette would be great because everybody was walking in and saying, well, pick a color. But we realized that if there was a color palette, then you're also locked into that, whereas that's not necessarily a good option. Let's see, another thing that has troubled me about our responsibilities and what we are enabled to do within this committee, which I don't think any of us wants to do. It literally says, and I believe in our current design review committee responsibilities, that we have the ability to change the description of some of the guidelines. And I don't think there's any of us sitting up here that want that responsibility. That would be something that we would want to defer to the city council. And that's too broad.
The design guidelines that we operate now, they may not have been adopted by an ordinance, but they have been approved by the city council.
And as part of this process, when we bring forth an element, and if we're taking the design guidelines and in essence collapsing them into the element, and if there are recommended modifications, those modifications are going to have to be approved by council in the end. Council will have the purview to either reject or accept or modify from there. So in this role, just like the GPAC is advisory, the DRC is advisory, will make its way to the Planning Commission and forward.
That's sure.
So I would expect the DRC to have suggestions on modifications and then let council make the final decision on what's actually implemented and adopted.
Absolutely. And I think we are very focused right now on the TRC because that's where we spend most of our time. But again, these guidelines aren't just used for the TRC.
Correct.
And that's why I'm gonna go back to, I feel like there needs to be that separation. And whether it's the tier, I almost feel like that district word maybe is a different word. There's just TRC specific, there's commercial, and then TRC specifically, and then residential. And I don't know if residential is broken into higher density versus single family residences. But I believe that would really make for a much more functional roadmap for the future. Because we haven't even touched on things like view sheds and following the natural terrain and not having the taller buildings, I'm forgetting the right language right now, at the top of the hill, ridgeline, I guess, requirements and rules. Yeah.
Well, and I actually think that's a good segue. I'm cognizant of the time. We're running up till 4:30, and I want to make sure that there's ample time for public comment to provide their feedback.
Sure.
So I'm going to shift, and that was great shifting you did right there, into the example element that we provided is for the town of Los Gatos. Now, town of Los Gatos is not solving, and I just want to make that clear. This is just an example to show how contemporary elements are typically laid out. The town of Los Gatos felt that their community had distinct areas, very similar to Solvang. Their downtown was different than their primary corridors, which is different from their historic neighborhoods from the mid-1800s. So in Los Gatos, what we did is we worked with their GPAC to pull together what we call community place districts. Those community place districts have defined boundaries. They may have all the same designations throughout town, but anything that falls within those boundaries has an extra layer of urban design related policies and principles that have to be met. Depending on location, it could deal with height, it could deal with street activation, it could deal with public realm enhancements, it could deal with architecture. The town of Los Gatos was very big on 360 architecture, so you just didn't treat the front, all sides had to be consistent. From what I'm hearing from the DRC, I think there is the possibility of having a similar structure here in Solvang that starts to break down different areas within the community and treat them slightly differently. Your village core is not the residential neighborhoods on the fringe of the community. Ability to craft policy that has special attention on those. There also is the ability, as you had mentioned, the DRC has mentioned, to take it to another sub-level by breaking it down by different use classifications, commercial, residential. A big part of the general plan moving forward through the preferred alternative, which was adopted by council, was to push for more mixed-use development. And whether that needs to be taken into consideration to have some mixed-use design policies to start to facilitate site planning, orientation, and so forth. So I wanted to get your take on a restructuring of the element and looking into some more of these more defined mapped areas that I think will make it easier to follow.
Oh, well, that sort of relates to what I was talking about a while ago, and that is, you know, have something for the village. Right now, some of these they're excellent, but some of them are, it's not clear whether, when you talk about the city, whether you mean the village
Right.
and so forth. And so I think that we would benefit. I'm not sure how many districts we have, Los Gatos has, what'd you say, they're a good, whatever the number
Probably
is.
8 or 9.
Yeah. But on the same token, we have 2 or 3 that I can think of easily that are residential areas that set their own architectural standards. You know, that are relatively modern, that were built after 1988, and they are those standards are pretty clear to the people that live, like Skip Mesa or something like that. Pretty clear, and you know, I think that's something that I'm not sure how that's handled, but you know, it's part of the city, but they've set up their own standards, palettes, and so forth.
If you're talking about form, I think that the Los Gatos example is a nice best practice, right? It's easy to follow, it's clear, it's concise, and it's thorough. So I think if ours read like that, looked like that, and modeled it, I think we'd be in really good shape in terms of form.
I can provide a little history on that too. The term of objective standards, which probably all have heard, is a push by the state to streamline development, objectivity, no subjective language. The original intent of the example in front of you was to be completely objective. The first iteration of that element was highly regulatory, and we brought it forth to GPAC and explained pros and cons of this, but this is what you wanted to see. And after just several meetings, I'll say, the regulatory language was stripped back. We broadened the different policies, and now those policies, there's actually a program which creates a set of design standards which implement the policies. So there's consistency all the way through. Their architectural review commission will then use those design standards as they evaluate projects. So something similar on that line is a common approach.
I see.
That was the one thing that I'm presuming you professionals will be very good at making it consistent across all the different elements of the general plan. And just by virtue of doing that, I believe a lot of the language gets cleaned up. I advocate for doing something along the lines of the Los Gatos role model.
Yeah.
And just one more, kind of a couple more things
Mhm.
that I think are really important to touch on are the mixed use that you already, you noted, and also the kind of community gateways that our community is noted for coming in from, rural areas into Solvang. There's not really any language that refers to gateways, and I believe that that needs to be incorporated in here as well.
I thought I remember.
Yeah, I thought there's some.
Is there?
There's
Okay.
one line,
Yeah, there's some in here.
All right, I think they are, they just probably don't use the word gateway.
I think it's right here, it's,
There's a few.
3.1.B, it's one right here on this street.
Okay. More emphasis on it, how's that?
Yeah.
3.1B?
And then other items to consider for including here. I know that the existing community design element does touch on site orientation. There is there's a policy or two that gets into the public realm and how that interacts with private development. So these are other considerations I wanted to throw out to the DRC. If there's any other aspects of community design that we should consider including in here that goes beyond what you currently have, this is the opportunity to share that. I've listed in your DRC material packet just a list expanding upon signage, gateways, streetscape. It could even connect back to the discussion that's been going through GPAC and Council, which is pedestrian environments and how that folds into development. So we can move further down that path. It just depends if that is an avenue that you all want to take.
Well, that,
Yeah.
All in.
Yeah.
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 Yes.
one of the things, because it affects so much about the customer experience in the village,
Mhm.
not just for visitors, but us too, when we go down. And on a very, very crowded day, the sidewalks are, congested, but the biggest problem for me is there's no place to park. So that experience is compromised for me. And so just the idea as a kind of category in here of parking would be something I'd be interested to see. And how it affects the overall experience.
I think that's in the traffic circulation, but that needs to tie back into TRC.
Yeah.
The public realm, I think that's really important. That's the kind of all the, if I understand
Yes.
the definition, the kind of city maintained and developed spaces, everything from sidewalks to parks and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it
That's-
can include everything from lighting and benches and trash receptacles and planters, and it's that extra touch to an environment.
And I think, again, that's gonna be different in the different districts, for lack of a better word, that, to use. And I am an advocate of public art. I would like to see that there is something that's added in that encourages that within, all areas of the community for that matter, but.
There was,
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
I think you brought up a good point too, is the idea of the connection between the village to the buffering residential areas or the adjacent, district. And I do think that we have a responsibility to be sensitive to residents who buffer it. And that it doesn't feel like they're living right next to a Disneyland type
Yeah.
environment. So we should be thinking about, I think of the example of like the parking lots that back up to some of the retail or motels, hotels, etc. You're looking out onto pavement. So I'm really sensitive to that. I think that anybody would be if you're all of a sudden your new view is a parking lot. So I do think we need to think about landscaping and the buffer between the village and the neighboring residents for sure.
And also kind of the connectivity between those, because
Yeah.
the people that live
Yeah.
near the downtown area, like me, part of what we like about it is I live far enough to be separated, but I also live close enough I can walk uptown, or ride my bike, which is something that we value in our small community. And that easy walkability is valued not just by residents, but also clearly by our visitors. That's part of what
Well,
I
and then
consistently hear.
that makes me think of also accessibility, right? So making sure that the walkability is also accessible, so it's not challenging to move through the streets and the neighborhoods, and they're safe and the mobility is easy.
I think that goes to the public realm and
Yeah.
sidewalks
Yeah.
and that kind of thing, and a commitment to that.
Yeah.
The one thing that we haven't talked about at all is a kind of a hot button issue, and I don't know if this belongs in here, but maybe a discussion is open or close Copenhagen. I mean, if that is a long-term goal, that would need to be incorporated into some language here to make a, pedestrian street around that.
I think rather than it's more like, how do you solve for the
Pedestrian.
plaza, a pedestrian plaza or a gathering space, rather than,
Specifically Copenhagen.
rather
Absolutely.
than naming a
Yeah.
solution, you're trying to solve for a problem, and solving the problem is, where is the heart, okay? So what is the heart of the village going to be?
And it is
how do
those
you,
public
how do
spaces
you
that-
find that heart, and how do you create that center? Because that's what you're talking about. You're not talking about the street, you're talking about building a heart.
And also things like then Solvang Park, which at one point had been discussed as becoming a parking lot. Maintaining those open spaces and public gathering spaces, again, going back to that public realm, to me are, I think, key elements of what makes our town a lovely community. And it was interesting because in the short time that the fence was up around the park, when there was new sod put in, it
Really felt bad.
town was different, yeah.
It didn't feel
It just
good.
really closed
Yeah.
things up, and to imagine
Yeah.
that have been a parking facility wouldn't have taken all the charm away from our community. It's such an important quiet space, for visually, and a space for people to gather, and not necessarily always quiet.
Yeah,
We need to turn it over to the audience.
yeah, right. Anything you have right now?
I got the final thing I'll just touch on, and then I'll hand it back to you. What we will do is we'll go back to the guiding principles that, if you remember the beginning of this process, council adopted guiding principles. There were two that have to do with design and the unique aspect of the community, so those will get folded in. One more consideration I just wanted to check with the DRC on is, throughout this process, there's been a lot of community input on environmentally friendly practices, sustainable design, that can deal with everything from site orientation, and I won't get into all the specifics. Is that something that we should consider including as part of this, through policies that bolster the city supporting such aspects?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah, I guess I don't know exactly what it means, but in theory, yes, of course.
I think as long as it's not super prescriptive, but it's encouraging. I think because it continues to evolve, but the challenges are going to continue to evolve. So the problem's not going away. So I think that people who want to believe that it's an important aspect of the community, we obviously live in a very water challenged area. It seems silly for us to say no, we wouldn't want to encourage it, right? It just seems counterintuitive.
right.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'd like to also see that maybe there's a way that it challenges or commits, the city can make a commitment to being a leader or a role model in that evolving, kind of addressing of being a green community. Because that's gonna be a changing definition, I'm sure, when this, when our successors are doing this,
Yeah.
the definition of that will be radically different than it is today.
This has been a good discussion among us. I want to give an opportunity to the public, both in the room and online, to have any comments. Again, what I did was, prepare, sort of some comments, for, support, questions. Some of it I, played ignorance. And I ask if you have any of that to members, any kind of notes or written, I'd ask that you submit those to the clerk or to the, yeah, I sent Xenia a copy of what I did, just it's kind of rough, but it was helpful for me to kind of get the sense of the policy and come to a good appreciation for what we have, 34 years later. So I'd ask you to do that, and I ask now if there's any of our guests in the room who have anything to contribute to this. We welcome you, please, Aaron. Aaron Peterson.
Afternoon, Aaron Peterson, Solving. Very quickly, I applaud y'all. I mean, what you guys have said, I agree with everything that was said all afternoon. I come at it from a historical standpoint, and I was not involved in 1988. I was 27 years of age. But our predecessors did a great job, and it's a testament to their effort and what they did, and how folks on the BAR, now Design Review Committee, and Planning Commissions and City Council have continued this. It's been great. And my point is constantly to say the City of Solvang gets most of our money from tourism. As we all know, it's our industry. Yet we don't have a ski hill, we don't have a lake, we don't have a beach, right? We don't have a Grand Canyon, we don't have a Disneyland. We have Solvang. And we don't care what business you put in. We don't care what ethnic you are. We don't care what your orientation is. We don't care what religion. All we care about is design. Design is the only thing that we can legally and morally truly control. And so to hear you guys emphasize over and over and over again the design, it plays everyone's heart. I caution us to not just, and Mr. Kavanaugh said it over and over again, traditional, historic, Northern European or Danish, if you will, not modern. There is some push to go modern because we don't really say traditional, historic in our ordinances or in our design. We're saying Northern European, and some argue, well, shoot, Copenhagen's very modern now, which we all love going to Copenhagen, but that's not our hook, in my opinion. I don't think many people believe that. The village area we keep talking about is truly the TRC. And we ought to make sure that we go tiers, because we do have, I'm on Planning Commission, we do have zones for that. We have our entrances. We made Nyborg do Northern European design, and we made Skip Mesa. And we made behind Montecito Bank and Trust, that development do it. We slipped by on that new development on the right on Old Mission. Okay, you guys weren't around, and it was an old city council, and it kind of just happened. But that is an entrance, one of our main entrances, and we have oak trees until they die or go away, and then we don't. So things can happen if we're asleep at the wheel. Not blaming anyone, all of us. We were all there. We need to watch out, and to Esther's point about the historic value of buildings. We have seen a huge influx of outside money coming into Solvang in the last 5-6 years. If you asked me 10 years ago, would we have what we have, we wouldn't. We go, oh, no one's going to knock down an old building and do this big thing. It's too expensive. There's outside money that will do it. And so we need to be very careful about what we want to do from a historic standpoint of our buildings or our zones or our districts or even our park, whatever we designate from a historic standpoint. So keep that in mind too. And again, you've hit on all of my points. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Appreciate your leadership in the Planning Commission. Anyone else in the room? Tracy?
Hi, Tracy Beard with the Solvang Chamber. You hit on D4 for signage with the community where it said the city was responsible at one time for signage. I think that was the number I wrote down. So I want to talk about the word Wayfair signs. That's important. We have signage on a corner that says shopping, but we really need to help the economic development, the economic growth of this community. As people are walking, many tourists have, I want to say, cell phones, iPhones, whatever. Right. We have a generation 45 to 80 that come shopping here that want maps. They need to know what's ahead of them. And when they're doing walking signs, it's nice to know on the next corner that there's an ice cream store and I'm gonna use the example of the people that are in the room, that Ingeborg's is in the next corner, that Chomp is on the next corner, that it's just not a gift store. In that we can do this together between us, there are already signage there, but we can put a buy-in with, I wanna say, business community and with city together of putting your name up that my business is on the next corner, so we don't have, we know businesses suffer in some of these, I wanna say park areas, that are like, I'll just say it, we have Checo's and Caccini that are very nice restaurants and ice cream stores, but they have to put their signs because they're kind of in a park area. And when we have a show, they're putting their sign right in the middle of the street, and we shouldn't have that. There should be a sign telling on the corner that the city's providing, that we're all providing on an economic development, that there is an ice cream store in that next area. There is over where the Wonder Child is, there's 5 stores tucked away in that area. We have stores tucked away over where Aaron's is in Chomp. We don't know there's another coffee shop over there, that there's a printing place, that you can go over and get there's 5 more shopping areas over there. We need to let people know what is there, and that is part of what the word Wayfair signage is, that we need to step up to the plate on a modern level, but at the same time, working with the wooden signs we have available and keeping our, as we all want to say, the Danish look and the historical heritage, but we do have to do something.
That's a good point. I mean, I think the Q code thing that you have does a great job. It's a great website that comes up when you do that, and I think you've done a wonderful job trying to do it. What we see, and it's gradually occurring, is we have buildings that have multiple tenants, like the PAR building. Now they're coming back with the menu signs and helping us out, but that's by the building owner as part of that project. Anybody have any other comments?
Yeah, I would just concur, and I think we saw in the presentation of the branding packages that we saw wayfinding signs that had the pole with multiple arms, right, that would give opportunities for directional signage to multiple retail sites or attractions, if you will, whatever terminology you want to use. And we were all very supportive of that. If there was a way to fund it, we would all love that, because we agree that because the way it is today, it's not actually,
Very hodgepodge.
it's hodgepodge, and it's also not consistent, and so it's also not fair to a lot of, some of the retails who get away with that behavior versus others who do not want to break the rules. So we would be hugely supportive. We would hope that they would find funding, and we would approve it. So
Good discussion.
that's how we've felt.
Okay.
My question would be is how that fits within a general plan.
Right.
Not that we aren't supporters of that concept, but it's, perhaps
Yeah, you can include policies that encourage or bolster the support for a wayfinding system. It can even describe what that should entail or the purpose or intent. But it's not going to get into the granular, this is what the pole looks like and so forth. But you can have policies that also link economic development and support within the business community relating to design. So there is options like that.
Yeah. And wayfinding is an important thing, and I think there are systems out there that can be very beneficial. I think it is a good program. I got history in higher education at 2 universities, and that was an important part. Same reason, we had a lot of visitors or whatever coming in and needed to find out where the Conservatory of Music is and where the engineering department is, and the signage system is good for that, for wayfinding.
And if I may make a comment on that, just to let everybody know where we're in the process with wayfinding. There's actually an item on Monday's agenda for the City Council with the budget
Okay,
to
great.
consider, or at least to get some sense of what type of cost it would be. I think it would be, if there is a desire for the city to continue to have wayfinding and invest in that type of infrastructure, it would be helpful to have that in the policies of the general plan so that we continuously maintain that.
Good.
If we invest in the science today, obviously 10 years from now, the city will probably be considering replacing them or repairing them, etc. So it would be good to have that continuous commitment.
Well, and then what does 10 years in wayfinding mean? 10 years ago, if you'd said nobody's gonna really need to have a map because they've got Google Maps on their phone, life, and technology evolves. But I think that overall, we all agree that we need a consistent aesthetic and practical approach to that, and that seems like a perfect mission of the Chamber of Commerce
Yeah, agreed.
and partnership with the city.
In partnership with the city.
Yeah.
Agreed. Any other comments from people in the room? Mr. Rasmussen?
Good afternoon. First, 99% of everything you said today, and I'm happy to hear that you want to keep what we did in 1988 and make that better. I do want to say I disagree with Tracy on wayfinding signs on the corner. I think that's a visual blight to the town. I think there are better ways to do it. One is your phone. You put a QR code like she has out, and people look at that, and you don't have to have all these signs pointing to Checo's or to Chomp or all over town where those businesses are going to change. You don't know when. So I have worked very hard to keep off-premise signs out of Solvang for many, many years, and I hope we still keep off-premise signs out of Solvang. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments, thank you. Any other comments from people in the room? Okay, anyone in the Zoom space? Nancy? Is it?
I've enjoyed the conversation, but I don't have anything to add at this time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought,
Thank you.
okay. Anyone else? See any other hands waving or anything? Okay. So we'll provide those written comments or whatever to the city staff, and if absent any more comments, I appreciate very much your leadership in this and the efforts you make. I think you've got a good solid foundation to build on, and look forward to working with you more on completing this important project. And I think it is true, this is an optional element, I guess, in some ways, but for most places, but not for Solvang.
Right, and if I might add for those in attendance in the room and on Zoom, if you have any additional feedback based on today's meeting, you can submit your comments on the Plan Solving website. Those go directly to my email inbox as well as the city manager, and we'll take all of those into consideration when we bring back a draft element for your review.
Outstanding.
Wow, I'm surprised at how much got done.
Yeah, well, I agree, and I appreciate everybody's efforts in having some good, fruitful discussion, and appreciate the contribution of the people in the room. With that, I will adjourn the special workshop of the Design Review Committee at 4:56.
What time are,
Oh,
what
let's
time do we reconvene?
reconvene at 10 after 5.
Oh, okay.
We're going to call to order the regular meeting of the Design Review Committee for May 19th. And we will have a roll call again, please.
Member Cully, absent. Member Deputy,
Here?
Member Dryden Huss,
Here.
Member Jacobson Bates,
Present?
Chair Kavanaugh.
Present. Unless someone wants, we've had a Pledge of Allegiance, and I think that's sufficient. Next item is the, I guess we have a consent agenda to approve the order of the agenda, to approve the minutes of the April 21st meeting, to approve the Planning and Building Committee division projects for May 2022, and finally, and that's it. Again, then we'll have public comments for non-agenda items. Give people an opportunity to comment on any items that aren't on the agenda at this time. So with regard to those three consent items, approve the order of the agenda, approve the minutes. Are there any comments about any of those items before we, I have two comments. One is, I asked that the city manager do provide us a status of the coastal range project. It's in the list of projects, so it may be, so during your comments later on in the meeting, I just asked that be covered, and that's on that list. That's what made me think about it. And the second thing is, on the minutes of the meeting of April 21st, you did a great job providing the detail of the content of the comments of the discussion. That,
I would love to take credit
Oh.
for that, but I don't actually.
okay. Okay, whoever did the minutes did a great job of providing the content that we talked about. So it's important to have the content of, just not that so-and-so said, commented, but what the gist of the comment is, so you have a sense of what was discussed and the points made. So whoever was responsible for it, I appreciate that. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda, to approve consent items?
I so move.
Okay,
And a second?
and it's moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 4-0, thank you. Are there any comments regarding, public comments regarding items that are not on the agenda? Okay, and none by people in Zoom or anything. I don't see any comments. So we will move on to the next item then. And we have one item on sign approval application relating to the Bob Rosenberry Pain Management and Fascial Counter Strain at 320 Alisell Road.
Good evening, Lori Tamura,
Lori.
planning consultant,
Thank you.
and bringing forth the item for you tonight, approval of a sign for Bob Rosenberry's physical therapy and facial counter strain. This project is located at Alisell Road, 320, Suite 406. This is part of the complex that has a number of different businesses in it. His particular suite, there's actually two frontages, so if we can go to the next slide. Keep going. And so the approval for the sign plan is, thank you. Basically, these are wall signs. Maximum size is 7 square feet. Both of these are less than 4 feet in area. One of them will face Alisell, the other will face the parking lot where one of the entrances is for the facility. So this is the design of the sign. It's reflecting their revised logos, and which previously it looked like this. This is where their sign is located right now. This is the one facing Alisell. and this is the one that's facing the parking lot. So the request is for the 2 signs in the various locations, and staff is recommending approval of these signs.
Now, the performance fitness sign will be removed on the front end, is that how that works, or do you know?
No, that's a different business.
Okay, okay, I know that was a business that was, I think Rosenberry was the landlord or whatever.
He's not asking for that to
Okay.
be removed, so we
Okay.
were just doing
Ah,
the one sign.
okay.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so these are not replacing, these are an addition to.
Well,
Will
the
it be, it
the
will be,
Rosenberry, that sign is
one,
being
yes,
replaced
but
with
not
the,
performance
yeah.
fitness.
yes.
but not performance fitness. Okay?
So, and that's probably the reason for the same kind of coloring scheme, the same framing
Edging,
is helping to match that other sign.
okay?
And again, the staff report made it clear that there was not an overall sign plan for this building. So, you know, we're working with what we have as far as what people bring forward, and we're trying to keep things in context.
You had, sorry. So this sign replaces this one.
Correct.
Is it gonna be the same height
Yes.
as this exactly? Yeah.
As, going back, there's the dimensions on this 16 feet in height, or 16 inches in height, by 36.
But, so that's my clarifying question is how does this logo fit inside that fascia board? Because it seems like this is a sign within a sign, right? Because of the existing sign has that detail. Can you, so see how the outline detail? And so what we're suggesting is that the block design of the logo sits within this broader plaque sign with that blue detail, correct?
It'll be a new sign.
Actually,
new
the
sign.
double R sign that you see on
Yeah.
this illustration is being removed.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's just a
Brand
brand new
new
sign,
sign.
so the 2 signs will not match?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
But they'll be closer in
That's right.
size.
Okay,
Okay.
but they
Yes.
don't match anymore?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm clear.
Yeah, I wish that it was matching.
Matching.
Well,
right?
in a way, but also,
that makes
up
more
until
sense.
recently, Rosenberry owned both the clinic and the
Mhm.
performance fitness and doesn't now.
Right.
The fitness has been sold.
I think that given the current guidelines for signs and the fact that there isn't a sign standard for that building, that we don't really have any options
No, I agree.
on this, so.
I understand now though.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, so
is there a motion?
A motion to approve as submitted.
A second.
Okay, moved and seconded to approve the exterior sign at the Rosenberry Pain Management Business at 320 Alisal Road. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Thank you. Okay, the next item is one we've seen an earlier version of.
Correct.
And this is the Samsung Clinic on Windmill Lane. And again, we recall that at the last meeting of the Design Review Committee, we continued this item because we had some time concerns in the agenda at that time. Brian Charnell
Cornell.
was the architect on the project, said that he would be out of town at this meeting, and asked to be sure to give close attention to the materials that he'd submitted. We appreciated him giving us that opportunity, but he isn't here. Is anyone here representing the clinic? Apparently not. So we'll,
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry.
excellent.
Oh, good, great. Good, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for, or would you identify yourself?
I think what we'll do first is let
Please.
staff make
Okay, yeah,
presentation.
that's fine. I'm sorry, yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna have a staff report first.
Yes.
But good to know that you're available. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
if we can
Lori?
bring up this PowerPoint, please.
Here we
So
go.
this is the Samson Medical Clinic. This is for conceptual review. To put it in context, this project was submitted in January. Staff had the opportunity to review the project. provided some comments. We've had a response back from the applicant. Many of the elements that you'll see in this presentation are in response to staff's comments. And so we're working through this. We're in the stage of the project where we're reviewing it finally to determine that it's complete for processing. Then we'll start the environmental review, which will take several months. And then we'll bring this back to you for final review of the project for a recommendation to the Planning Commission based on our new ordinance of procedures. So we are bringing this forward so that, again, as we work through this project and through the environmental review, any of your comments can be embedded into the project, and we can make sure that those are addressed when we come back again. So the project is located on Windmill Lane, and it's conceptual review of the project. These are the last two lots on Windmill that are available for development. There are two office professional buildings that already exist along this block and have somewhat established the character of Spanish style. And so this is the site plan. This project is taking over the two remaining lots. There'll be the parking structure, or the parking area. And if you will recall, the first time you saw it, it was actually a parking structure, or a half structure.
Mhm.
So, so now, based on the design, calculations of the uses within the building, they were able to accommodate all of the parking in one level. So,
Just surface parking, just.
surface parking, yes. This is the landscape plan, which will show how efforts will be made to screen the parking from 246 and provide also for the requirements for stormwater and water quality issues also.
Okay.
The technical plans, you can see how many parking spaces are on there. They will be doing some electrical vehicle stations on this site, so those are up there in that northeast corner.
For a building like this, what defines the required parking availability or requirement?
It's one space per every 300 square feet, and there's also different uses within the building, different calculations.
Okay.
And
Thank
they meet the requirement. So as you can see with this topography, this site works its way down from 246, and the project will be somewhat embedded into the topography. So from 246, you'll have a sense of a two-story building. As it transitions down to Windmill, there will be an element that looks three-story. So there is, as you can see with these cut sections, there's an actual basement effect as for the one level, which I think addresses the visual resources of the site.
Is that a functional basement?
Yes, yes. So this is the view of the project from the parking lot, which would be basically its east face of the building.
Looking west, right?
Yes,
Yep.
correct. These are two different shots of the illustration of what the building would look like from Windmill. One's further away. This is the west-facing side of the building as you're coming down, you're located from Windmill. So you're at the lower level. You can actually see the third story below. And this is an illustration both going east and west from 246. The one at the top is a shot, an example of what it would look like as you're coming into Solvang. And then the other one is as you're heading out of Solvang, you can see that west side of the building. So, so for today, we don't have some of the details, colors and materials and all that. They're still working through for those. You can see that it does take on the Spanish style, and we're here today to get input from the committee. And again, the applicant's representative is here tonight to also address any comments.
And what is the roof composed of?
Well, it's on tile. You can
Oh,
see it
red
in the
tile. Oh, yeah,
illustration.
I saw the red, I
Yes.
just was making sure that was what it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
the details are rather small print on.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we really don't have any decision per se tonight then, do we?
No, this
Okay,
is just for conceptual review,
right.
and we will take any of your
Yeah,
recommendations. or
anything that you
rec-
see here that's been described by Lori in the material, she lists the colors and
That's
so
right.
forth. I do also want to acknowledge that Nancy Emerson is online, and we appreciate, and we have before us the letter you sent on April 19th regarding dark sky compliance oh, wait a minute, is that, am I in the wrong?
No,
No,
she,
that's,
You are.
okay, yeah, okay. So we have a representative of the architect firm, and appreciate your indulgence to defer the item from last month's meeting, and it was useful, and I appreciate you being here today. Anything you want to add to Lori's overall description of the status of the project?
Sure, yeah. Is it possible to bring up the site plan?
oops,
You can share the screen or.
no,
Sure.
Yeah, maybe just the
Here we go.
landscape plan, yeah. That's great. So thank you for the opportunity to present the project. It's been a little while since you guys have seen this, and as you mentioned, Mr. Kernell presented at the last meeting. He is currently in Peru, so I'm filling in for him, so be nice to meet.
could you provide your name?
Oh, sure. Jeff Hornbuckle with the Kernell Collective. So you guys had some comments the last time. We're pleased to show you the evolution of the project. We took a lot of your comments and feel that the project has really improved since then. So one of the comments that you guys had last time was the orientation of the building and really studying that, making sure that this was the best. And we do feel, we took a look at it, looked at some options, and do feel that this is the best solution for the site. The reason being, if we were to rotate the building or push it to the east further, it really would have a much bigger impact to the neighbors, the residential neighbors to the south. So this is sort of the least impactful. And it's also the most efficient in terms of the parking. We end up with basically 3 double-loaded parking bays, which is always the most efficient parking layout. And then further, by pushing the building all the way to the west, we're sort of using the existing topography. You can see, it's a little bit difficult to see there to the left of the building, but those topography lines as it drops away, we're sort of using that existing topography to sort of hide the basement. Although as there is that existing retaining wall to the west side, so it actually allows high windows down into that basement, which is going to make it a much better space, down in that basement. So.
There's access to the basement is only interior to the building though, is that correct?
No, there's actually a door. If you look, well, it doesn't show here, but there's another section. But if you go back to that site plan, if you would. Yeah, so it's a little bit difficult to see, but the exterior wall of the building on the west side, and then you can kind of see a gray path. There's a retaining wall to the west of that, so that actually is a path that leads around the building, so there is access out that west side of the building.
Okay, I see.
And then that's where those windows are.
Yeah, you have some stairs there, I see.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I see that now. Go ahead.
And then, obviously, as was mentioned, we've, since this last review, determined kind of refined what the parking requirement is, and as a result, we've been able to eliminate that upper tier of parking, which is fantastic. And Katie Klein, also the landscape architect, is on the call. She can speak to this shortly, but we're lining kind of both edges of the parking with trees and landscaping to create a buffer, a visual buffer of the parking. So that's a significant improvement.
Is the building any smaller than the original version we saw?
I'm sorry?
Is the floor plate or the building that we saw, is it smaller than the one we saw?
The building is essentially the same.
Okay,
It's just the reason we were able to reduce the required parking essentially is based on how the square footage is calculated in terms of required parking. For example, corridors, bathrooms, those sorts of functions are not counted in the square footage. Those are removed. So as we've refined the plan and really kind of developed the interior space plans, we've been able to really kind of figure out exactly what the square footages of the building are in terms of how the parking is calculated.
okay, thank you.
If that makes sense, yeah. And then maybe if we just want to go to one of those first views. Yeah, so just real briefly on the architecture. So, one of the comments last time was for this to be in the Spanish colonial style. So you can see here that's the direction that we've gone. The goal with this building is for it to be kind of a quiet and simple, yet well detailed and kind of dignified building. And I think we've been successful in doing that. It does have a clay tile roof with deep overhangs, hipped roofs, exposed rafter tails, which is all, it sort of helps to settle the building onto the site. We've shown it's a little bit difficult to read in this view, but there's a plaster banding kind of up at the sill of the upper windows, and then a plaster wainscot down at the base. Again, just to add, just a little bit, just enough detail to this building. You can see the trellis there, just to the right at the main entry, just kind of helps announce the entry. And the way that the entry works is there's a entrance to the left, which is the Sansom clinic, and then on the right is the Ridley Tree Cancer Center lobby, which then takes you upstairs to the second floor, which is where that function is located. So I think with that, if we can maybe go back to the landscape plan, and if Katie is on the line, wants to just give a couple of brief comments on the landscaping.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, I'm here, Katie Klein, landscape architect for this project. So as Jeff mentioned, the most important thing we looked at was screening from the neighboring properties along Windmill Lane and Mission Drive. So along all the property lines, we studied what the existing plant material was surrounding, which is mostly oaks and sycamores. So we have oaks, sycamores, and cottonwoods lining all the property lines. And those trees get up to 50 to 70 feet, so they're nice skyline trees too. And then in the parking, we're doing just a nice parking lot tree, the Australian willow, just to create as much shade as possible. And then surrounding the property too, we're gonna be adding, shrubs and mostly all water-wise natives and other water-wise plants, just to create those buffers. We have some imagery that we submitted that's usually on the prelim plan that has all the trees, kind of the images, and then also the hardscape we're proposing. So the hardscape, we want to delineate the pedestrian paths from the right-of-way. So we have permeable pavers, and then we have a nice deck that will bring you over water catchment, bioswale, so we're also trying to be as considerate with stormwater and capturing, there's civil engineer plans that also have that specifically called out where those are located, but in the parking medians and in certain areas of the parking lot planters, we're capturing water, and so that, I have some other images on our plan that kind of show cobble and native plants and what that would look like. And then the decking plants, and then permeable pavers at the entry to really highlight that entrance and show where the pedestrian should be walking. And then we have some vines on the trellis that is the entrance, a grape, Vitis Rogers Red. And then we have bike parking, and we have images of what that would look like possibly. We're still in concept. To the south, we have permeable pavers that will have parking for bikes.
Okay. Any
And
comments
here
or questions? I don't want to interrupt you, but I'll just make sure that at that point there's.
Yep,
Okay,
and
go
that's
ahead.
it. Any questions, I'm here to answer.
Now, I think
The landscape.
yeah, landscape is great to have all those trees there, are gonna really soften it, and it needed that, so.
What if,
I'm sorry,
go ahead, yeah,
if I'm
please.
able to share if I'm able to share my screen, I can bring that imagery up. I have it here, if that's possible.
We have that too in our packets.
Okay, great, okay.
Yeah.
We can read that. Plan view anyway, so, yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I just relatively new, and what kind of notice and engagement do you have with the neighboring, the residents that are in the vicinity, or do you?
For this meeting, we did not notice the surrounding property owners. We will do that through the environmental review
Okay.
for the planning commission.
Yeah.
And so as we get further into the review of the project, we will start sending out notices. We have had comments from neighbors already, and the architect has reached out to them.
Okay.
Mr. St. George now owns one of the buildings next door, so we've
Okay.
provided comments and plans to him also.
Okay.
So we are engaging with the surrounding neighborhood.
I have one comment about the landscaping, or more of a question or a query. And on the tree sizes, on planting, what size box are you considering in terms of a maturity level at building at first day of business?
Yeah, we're still in conceptual, so that's more of a construction level decision. We haven't gotten there, but you know, as large as we can that is viable. A lot of times it's best to put a smaller size oak in so it can get established. So we'll be looking at that, but a range of 24-inch box to 48-inch box, I would assume.
Great. No, I agree that the number is wonderful. I just want to make sure that it looks good on day one too, you know? Yeah.
Oh, and one of the other elements that I think we should look at through the aesthetic review of the project is that this property abuts up to open space, which already has pretty well-established oak trees in it that will help screen already as the development is going forward. So we should acknowledge the existing setting that it has with the
Absolutely.
existing trees.
Agree.
Absolutely.
I have one more comment and then I'll be done. Just personally, and I speak from personal experience, the white to me is very white. And I know it's just translating probably in the digital, and we don't have chips, but not that I want beige, because I'm also not a fan of beige, but it's something that's a little less electric, in my mind, would be pleasing and sophisticated and maybe not so bright. And I think the clinical thing is probably maybe what you were going for, but I do know that white reflects so strongly in our sunshine, that it could be very unpleasing at a 3-story level height.
And in context with the neighboring buildings that are already white, that's a concern. So that, Jennifer, that kind of mirrors some of my thoughts. First, I want to compliment the way that the plantings are envisioned to kind of make that really soften the lines. But I would like to see those lines a little softer. What threw me here was Spanish style, because I know we talked about the style of the building, but I believe we were focused on mission style. And there's not a big difference there, but some of that difference comes in that color, because I think most of this comes into the, would fit, and you're the architect, so you know the answer to this, but I would think of a mission as not being as stark and white, and I feel like this building would be a better fit in the neighborhood with some mitigation factors to make it less of a clinical appearance. And maybe that's not what you want for a clinic, but things like maybe recessed windows, deeper windows, to give it a little bit more permanency in its look, or make it not look as new. And having been just this week at Sansum down in Santa Barbara, and looking at how the building's used and how people are checked in, how they're waiting for loved ones or their ride, the exterior spaces that are kind of common spaces here, and the addition of exterior areas could both soften the building and enhance the function. So you think about you're dropping off your person
Pickup
for,
zone,
you're dropping off your person for chemo, and you can't go in because of COVID or just because of, their limitations. Where is somebody waiting? If you're picking them up, where are they waiting? There's really no area, and that's the one thing Sansum really has in Santa Barbara, is each area kind of had, its own space for waiting. I would really like to ask that you consider that, both from the form of function and from aesthetics as well.
That's a really good point from the sun protection. Again, it can be 120 in the valley some summers.
And it appears that could be done. Again, I'm not an architect, but it seems as though there would be space to potentially achieve that as well. I'm just looking for, I've got a couple other notes. Bear with me here a second.
May I address those comments, or?
Sure.
Or
Yeah, sure.
Please do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please do.
is that appropriate? Okay.
Yes.
If we could maybe bring up that front rendering again. Yeah, so first of all, those are all great comments. In terms of the building color, I completely agree. There are a lot of whites, believe it or not, there are a lot of white colors. And if we do, end up going with a white, we would very much want this to be a warmer white that's not, extremely bright and reflective. So that's something that we're going to want to study, to make a decision on what that actual color is. In terms of the starkness, there's kind of a delicate balance between starkness and simplicity. We want this to be like I said, an elegant building. It does have a level of simplicity to it. That being said, I think one of you mentioned it as well. We're going to have deep recesses at the windows. The windows likely will have a color to them. The roof rafters are exposed and they'll be stained a wood color. We've got the little Juliet balconies in a few locations. And then in terms of the open space, that's a great comment. And we do have, where that trellis is, that's a pretty large exterior space. It's probably, 40 feet wide by 50 feet deep. And it is covered by that trellis. So, we aren't showing any, outdoor furniture or anything like that at this point, but that is the intent, is sort of an extension of those lobby waiting rooms to serve exactly the function that you were describing. So hopefully that answers some of your questions.
Yeah, I just think about, before we went in, we had to, you have to have your temperature taken, you've got to have your mask. That's all accomplished outside in Santa Barbara under a tent. This certainly mitigates that, but there's no room in that area to also be waiting while there's lines of people preparing to get checked to go inside. And could potentially help, kind of soften things. Curious about your comment about wainscoting, and I think you said something else that isn't visible on our plans.
Just, it's difficult to see in that view, in that front view. Maybe if we go to the elevation, the hardline elevation, it's a little easier to see. I think it's back a sheet or two.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the drawing.
Here's the,
Okay.
Yeah, the architectural drawing. One.
do you have that? Oh,
Can you pull that up, Lori?
Oh, I didn't,
oh, I thought,
these are the only
Oh.
ones that we have. That-
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize,
Yeah.
I didn't make,
Oh,
oh, I see, I
saw
see,
drawing.
I see it there,
well,
yeah.
this is it right here.
Oh, that's one.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
that's what
Yeah.
Thank you, sorry.
Yeah, so you can see that line at the windowsill of the upper windows. So that's that banding that I was referring to, and then likewise a wainscot.
I see.
At the base of the building, at the sill of the first floor windows.
So it's not just a stark white wall, it does have at least texture. Were you thinking of color tones or just textural?
I mean, potentially. I mean, it is it would be a plaster detail, and that there would be a break in the
Break
plane.
from the flatness.
Yeah,
Right, exactly. And so, there could be the potential to, for example, paint the base, the wainscot at the base, a different color.
just kind of tone on tone almost,
Okay?
Yep.
Any,
And then, there's also gonna be landscaping, in front of that. We have a landscape buffer up against the building, so, it is kind of an opportunity to, have a kind of a canvas for that landscaping.
very good.
Yeah, because that was my comment too, that sort of left, some camera left on the other, the left as we're looking at it here. On the other side of the entryway, it's a massive, sort of stark thing, and I like the little Juliet balconies. I'm just wondering if, like, just some, like a step back somewhere, or, a gable or something that imitates the arch, something to break that up. I don't know that just a different trim, color on the top and bottom would do that, but I would just see something like if,
and that's why I was mentioning potentially like a trellis area with a patio, a waiting area that would break it up somehow.
Something to break up that.
So it looks like the way this illustration is, it's kind of like a 2/3, 1/3, and you're suggesting that maybe in that 2/3 building to
Yeah,
bring up some other or horizontal element.
yeah, something like it steps in of
Yeah.
2 feet or so, I don't know, something that, because I was, looking at that document on Los Gatos, and they were
Yeah.
talking about changing the depths of things to create,
Okay.
texture.
To break up the
Uh-huh,
line.
yeah.
So that was my big thing.
Okay, I mean, I think it's just good comments that help inform the development of the next step, for sure. Any other comments for our architect?
I just wanted to kind of go back, tell me the difference between, just real briefly, mission versus Spanish, because I think we had talked about mission and it kind of went off to Spanish, which I associate more with Santa Barbara. And I associate mission more with the kind of softer tones of the paint. And, just
Like the mission.
that,
Here.
and, Santa Barbara mission has more of a pink tone, the mission here has more of a yellowish
Yeah.
tones to it, beigey. Not that I'm advocating for either of those tones, that's not what I meant, but just that it wasn't so stark white.
Sure, yeah, that's absolutely something that we can study and
And that's
we
a,
can refine, yeah.
and that's a style of architecture that you see, right up the street at the Vets Hall, and is thought to be maybe considered for other architectural or buildings that are coming up in the
Yeah.
future.
That's right. Good. Any other questions, comments now? Okay, are there any comments by people in the room? regarding this. Yes, please come forward. Mr. St. George.
It's not good when I don't have to introduce myself. I like the project. I mean, I don't have a problem with any of the, that's what your job is, to figure out the building issues. For me, what I see right here is, what you're really approving is this massive parking lot that if you sit at the intersection, I mean, this is the entry to Solvang, period. The Mercantile parking lot didn't work, and they have oaks and they have sycamores. And if you sit there, you go over to Jim's, pumping gas, and if you look down the street, all you're gonna see is this massive 140 car parking lot, and that's the way it's set up. When it's not full, you're gonna see a massive sea of asphalt, and when it is, you're gonna see reflective windshields. I don't think that's what we really want to see when we're coming into Solvang. I think that there's some simple solutions. I mean, I wasn't really sure of how this looked in the first place, but I can see more of a melody of buildings where they've got my buildings as you come in. This could play off of those buildings. I'm with you, I like the mission more, but to have these three buildings and then all of a sudden this massive parking lot and then another building stuffed up back into the corner, I like the idea of having, I would rather have nice looking buildings to look at than I would a parking lot. So much to the extent is that I would be willing to even give an easement if it meant that they could put a little more landscaping. I would give an easement on my driveway entry, also to help mitigate for the neighbors over on Windmill, so they don't have two entries on that street. I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I really want to work with the city, but I am very, 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 very concerned about, because once the parking lot's in, it's in.
Yeah.
We own it. I mean, that's all you're gonna see, and you're gonna see it both ways. And even if you put that building closer to my buildings, once you get up the hill a little bit, you won't really be able to see so much down into the parking lot, and you won't see it either ways. Right now, this is all you're gonna see.
At that intersection, yeah?
Not just
Yeah,
the
the
intersection,
intersection.
the
Yeah.
the first 500-600 feet of driving into town.
Right.
And right now, so here's what you're gonna have, as you're coming in, you're gonna have this massive Samson parking lot, and then to the right, you've got the Mercantile parking lot, which if I would have been here, if I would have been a resident, I've been standing here right now going, hey, there's other ways, landscaping's not gonna fix this. I can tell you this right now, I love landscaping, but staring at the base of sycamore trees and oak trees, can I keep talking?
Go ahead.
Is not my idea of screening. And it's difficult to have native type screening with an environment with, like, Santa Barbara's different. We can grow anything down there, anything you want. You want grapes, you want anything. We don't have that ability here. So it's gonna be very, very difficult to screen this parking lot with landscaping. The other issue is, if we put that building there, it'll actually block a lot of the noise for the Windmill residents from the street. And they'll have something a little nicer to look at instead of looking across this massive parking lot up to Mission Street. At least their eye would probably hopefully be caught onto this Mission style building. I just encourage you to really take some time to look at what we're looking at right here. This is a really, really, really important piece of real estate.
That's a fair observation, and we don't have to talk about it now, but I think that the architect understands that, but I'm saying, what, do you have a response to Mr. St. George on this?
Sure, yeah, I mean, and just to clarify too, we are utilizing the existing easement and driveway that exists today. We're not adding a secondary driveway onto Windmill Lane, so that driveway exists currently that we're using, and it's actually an easement on both properties.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware there was an easement, but if there is, I wouldn't have a problem with it anyway.
Yeah, so
but
the
I'll go back.
existing driveway comes onto this property. Your driveway comes onto this property currently, so.
I think it's about 2 feet.
And just to clarify, as you are speaking about your property, that is the commercial structure that encompasses Montecito Bank and Trust and the other.
It's the
businesses
adjacent
there.
property to this, the commercial. And I did buy that property just because it is so visible to the city when you come in. One, I was gonna use it for also the medical center for our wellness center, but I don't think we're gonna do that, but we are gonna be remodeling that building. We do have plans to remodel that building to actually soften some of its lines, add a little more architecture. We're looking at taking off that one, currently there's an S tile on that building. We're gonna replace it with a 2-piece tile. I know it may not bother everybody in this town, but it drives me crazy seeing an S tile. But we are in the process right now of adding a little more lipstick to that building, so.
Okay.
So I have a clarifying question now. Of the, I think it looked like 103 parking spots on the plan, on the site plan.
130.
133, yeah, right, 139, whichever. Is that exceed the city requirement or meet?
It meets it,
It
Yes.
just meets it?
yes.
Yeah, because that was a concern of mine, is if that's adequate to meet the needs of, and I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
Yeah.
No,
It's not.
please.
If that meets the needs of both staff and patient parking there, because overflow parking in the neighborhood would be a problem there.
And as many people understand with medical, there are periods of time when there may be overflow. But in a lot of cases with the facilities like this, there's also busing that drops off patients. There's a lot of interaction with other areas providing transit to the site. So I think we can work with the applicant to talk about how Sanson mitigates their traffic and how they mitigate some of their clientele being brought to the facility, because they have to stay there for a long time. So there's some more information we can bring to the table as we move through this process.
Which is why I'd also mentioned more outdoor space, just knowing that, people are gonna be waiting and such, but anyway, we digress from what you were speaking to.
Just as a last suggestion, all I'm saying is if you kind of rotate that building, put it more in a melody of with the other 2 buildings that are there, the commercial buildings, and make to where like it plays, like it's actually nice looking. Our buildings, you don't see the parking from our buildings. You see some, I think it's okay looking architecture. Hopefully it's gonna look better by the time we get done with it. But you don't see parking lots. I mean, I would rather look at bad architecture than I would a parking lot. That's just the way I feel, so. And Brian's not gonna do something bad. I mean, he's been around long enough to where, he knows what's up. But that's just my opinion.
We appreciate your being here and expressing the opinion. That's a point well taken.
Thank you.
Anything else, any other comment about that? I think then we're going to move on. I know I have at least one hand waving
Nancy?
on Zoom. Nancy, how would you like to speak to the? I know we have, as I noted earlier, we have your letter of April 19th regarding I guess Save Our Stars, or no, it's the We Watch, I'm sorry. It's the We Watch affecting the Samsung Medical Center project. Nancy, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair, and
Yes.
members of the committee. I'm representing We Watch, which includes Save Our Stars. That is one of our committees.
Okay.
And We Watch, for the information of the architect, is a land use and environmental organization that has existed in the valley for 30 years. We really appreciate the fact that even though this was a conceptual hearing, you provided some information about your lighting. And that's primarily what we're going to speak to tonight. really want to encourage you to use no more than 3,000 Kelvin, with 2,700 being preferred, and your pathway lights come with that. I'm not sure that you can get 2,700 with the Lithonia parking lot lights. But we have a lot of wildlife here, and wildlife doesn't do well with outdoor lighting. One of the questions I have that perhaps the architect can answer is what the height of the poles in the parking lot will be.
12 feet.
Did you hear that, Nancy? 12 feet.
Good. That's very good news. I just want to comment that the architectural light for the building is beautiful, and I would like to see more fixtures like that used in the valley, because it has that colonial historical look, but the light source is in the cap of the light fixtures. I just had one comment or two for the landscape architect. I don't know whether you've done a lot of work in the valley, but we're certainly very different than the South Coast. That area where the building will be will experience freezing temperatures. And it's a good start that you're using native plants as much as possible, but even native plants have differing resistance to frost. And I'd hate to see you end up losing plants if you can avoid it. The other issue is that oak trees are more drought tolerant than either sycamores or cottonwoods, so I would hope that you would prefer them over those other two trees. They really like to have their feet wet. And we have serious water issues facing us here. We do not have as much water as the South Coast does, even though Kachua sits in our territory. And those are my comments. And thank you again for the lighting information.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate your comments, as always. Any other comments or response? One question that I have seen done, and although I know this is probably, an architect and also responding to Mr. St. George's issues, one thing that has been done not only to mask parking lot like that to some extent, as well as shade cars, is solar panels. Is that practical in this setting? In a parking lot?
Sure, I mean.
It's just a cost number.
It's a cost, obviously. The site is oriented, essentially, due south. So it would work from an orientation standpoint. It is a cost, and, it becomes a, while the public speaker, made the point that their preference is to, not see a parking lot. The reality is this parking lot's gonna be screened by trees and landscaping. So I have a feeling that a lot of the neighbors to the south are gonna prefer, that they're looking at trees and landscaping than a building looming over them. As well as, solar panels that are built and, tilted toward them that are, reflecting the sun toward them, so.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay. But the point's made and recorded, and as is the earlier comments as well, we look forward to seeing the next round of the design on the building as you move forward. I think this has been you made some great progress from where we are. Glad that you lost the basement parking, and I'm sure you are too. Probably a lot gladder than I am. That's because that's gonna make gonna make a lot of difference for you, I'm sure. Any other comments finally here?
I think my last comment would be that it sounds like there's a consensus amongst our group and the people who've spoken as to really needing to ensure that there's a lot of thought put into how the parking lot is screened from the visual from the road, and the lines of the building also being softened along with the color.
Okay. But there's no action to take at this time, is that right?
No.
Okay.
And we very much appreciate your comments, and we're glad we are doing this deliberative process so that we can bring something at the end that everybody can support.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all, appreciate your time.
We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
See you next time.
Okay. Next item on the agenda relates to the proposed enlargement of the windows at 476 First Street.
Yes.
Are you going to provide the overview of that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we have slides for this one. Can you bring up the PowerPoint? Okay. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, so this property is 476 First Street, TRZ zone. This particular building is right next to the Winston, or across the alleyway from the Winston, and this is what it looks like currently. Somewhere in the past, the windows were installed as a smaller space, and the applicant would like to replace them with windows that are more in keeping with what is happening in Solvang, and more visual to the street. So this is the proposed 3 windows, and we are here tonight to bring them forward to you. The one element that the applicant is proposing is that these windows not be paned windows, and that's a judgment call in regards to the design guidelines, which
It need not be what?
paned.
What does that mean?
No.
Oh, I see. With mullions, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Without them.
Without them, yeah.
Yes. Throughout the city, most of the businesses have paned windows, and the proposal here is to enlarge the windows, but not have the panes installed. And so we do agree with making the windows larger. We think that does reflect what's happening in the area. The only question is whether the windows should be paned, and install the panes in there. So we're recommending approval to move forward with this project.
Okay. Any
Can you
comments?
just clarify that's the 3 windows that you show in the, there's not a number, there's nothing on the alley side, it's just the 3 in front, right?
Just the 3 in front.
Okay, all right. I went by, but I forgot to go down the alley to clarify that, so the 3
Yes.
front windows.
Okay.
And the applicant is here.
Applicant. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
Good evening, committee members and city staff. Thank you, Lori, for the presentation. I'm here for any questions, but so just to clarify some information, this building was a jewelry store back, I'm sure Esther knows, and these windows were actually larger at that point. When they went to the wine tasting room, they reduced the size of the windows. I'm not sure why, but it does. Being inside the building, it will really create some natural light, some additional natural light. The owner of the building might do some future work with some painting, perhaps. Of course, their first paint scheme was black and white, and I said, you might want to rethink that one. Have a second wish list, and not so much the black and white or the black and gray or the white and gray. They really would like to keep them without the panes if possible, just to keep that open sense of being able to look in. Currently, you can't really tell, but there is some signage on those windows. you can't really see it, it says Caraventus Winery and etched in the windows, but that's gonna go away. And at some point, the signage on the wall will be painted. For our purposes, we are just going to enlarge those windows and put them in and patch have any stucco repairs, and paint touch-ups, but nothing else will change.
Okay. And Brenda, it's good to see you again.
You too, thank you.
Are there any questions about this? Do you have a motion to approve as presented?
I just wanted to make a mention, just for transparency, I am working with Brenda on a project at the museum, so
Okay,
we
good.
see each other quite
Fully
frequently.
disclosed?
So,
Great.
just wanted to put that out there.
Good.
And yeah, it was a jewelry store, and the small windows do look out of place. I had a question too about, is this I can't remember, it's an awning that says wine tasting and stuff, is that gone? Is
It's
it
not
going?
gone, I'm not sure, well, I'm sure they want to take it down, but they might use the existing awning and patch it with their business name,
Okay,
but that's not part of our,
because it, not today.
Right.
Okay, yeah, because I presume at some point that will be.
right.
Well, I know that the applicant is excited about moving in, and big windows will be an improvement, and Brenda probably won't like this, but I am suggesting that they be the multi-pane window to maintain the look, and I base that on looking at a more recent project that didn't have the multi-pane window over on Alisal at Copenhagen, on the Copenhagen Square project, and it didn't enhance the look of the building and make it fit in very well. So my suggestion would be to go for the multi-paned window in that environment.
Fair enough. Does the
lock
design
up.
standard speak to pane versus?
Yes, it does.
Yes,
Okay, and it says paint.
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
I believe it suggests.
Yes, it doesn't mandate, it suggests.
Okay, fair enough. But you can, are you making a motion with
I'm
asking
making a
that?
recommendation that be the motion. I think that it'd be better if the motion came from somebody else on the,
Okay,
up here.
okay.
And if I could just, when you say multi-pane, I mean, even if it was just 4 panes, it would still be painted, or are you saying like a ton of little?
No,
Yeah, I don't think.
you're
it
talking
was-
about it at
yeah.
least 4.
Yeah, like, I think that would be,
Yeah,
that would
maybe
achieve the
6 or
extra
something.
light.
Yeah,
But I would agree that some panes would be.
and we don't mean that those have to be individual panes of glass.
Right.
Like the doors here in the city hall. It can certainly be, that framework that goes on the inside of a window or
Right,
whatever.
and I definitely appreciate your comments, and I would prefer the pane as well. I just think that's more aesthetically pleasing and it fits with the design guidelines. Some of the issues is, and I didn't know if this was the time to bring this up, is the applicant themselves, before reaching out to Elliott and Pulse Construction to help with this project, they had several time lapses not being able to get an answer from the city staff whether or not this required design review, and they're paying rent on a building that they can't use. And when I stepped in, it took several weeks to get an answer whether or not this required design review. My suggestion was just make us go, just so we can get an answer. And I think that, and staff has been very helpful. It just was a very lengthy wait, and for the time that this tenant is paying rent, it's very expensive. And adding the pane to the window, we haven't ordered any windows yet, of course, because we needed approval and building permit as well, but it's another added expense. And I don't know if you have, well, I'm sure Esther understands, the length of time to even get glass is weeks and weeks and weeks. We just ordered a door for one of our other projects and it's not coming until December. And that's for a door. So it's just another added length of time for this applicant to get started and move in and start his project. And that's where I'm on the side of the tenant to try to get him moved in and get this business open. So as I do appreciate the comments about the panes, but would we have to come back again for another approval with paned windows? It's just another lengthy process.
A little quick question is, But they could still do business with the old windows until the new ones came, right? They're not gonna.
Right, but then it's
wait 9 months.
construction, you have to shut down
Right.
and do.
Well, I'm just, so if
You'd
it's gonna
rather get
take
it done.
6 months to get any windows, just.
True.
I believe that, and perhaps you can clarify for this, but I believe that we can approve tonight the concept and with the paned or mullioned or whatever you wanna call it, multi-pane windows, and that would not require you to come back. Am I correct in
Correct.
understanding that?
Correct.
Okay, because we don't wanna hold up,
Right.
you know, occupancy any longer.
But you're
than
requiring
required.
it. Or I mean,
That's my
you suggest
suggestion is
that there
we
be a motion to
require,
require,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay?
and even, you know, there are things, there are grids that you could snap
I'm
in.
gonna say something. I think not all mullioned windows are created equal.
I agree.
That's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
so to say that we're just gonna prove paned windows because paned windows look better, not all paned windows look better. So, and I don't wanna be the obstructionist, right, to you guys, to this body or to the client or to the proprietor. But it just seems to me that it seems unfair to say that we're gonna require a pane and make them come back and show us what pane.
Absolutely.
But I wouldn't be comfortable, I know, I'm pretty sure I know what they're gonna come back with, and I'm not gonna like that better necessarily than just going with the simple glass. As long as it's, again, it's simple glass, and it's not, this is mirrored, it's not gonna be mirrored, right?
I think it looks mirrored right now, but when you walk up, I know the photos weren't that great.
Yeah.
But another item to consider is they might come back for window signage. And when you have panes, it's hard to
That's
configure
right.
your
Well,
signage in those windows.
Yeah, you can't use it for anything else
Well, I
other
agree
than
that bad panes
are bad.
are
worse
worse
than
than
no
no
panes.
panes.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's my concern is truthfully,
And it's
that's.
a little tiny though, I'm tending to go, you know, that way, although panes would look better if they're nice, if they're dimensional as opposed to.
If they were dimensional, if
glass.
they were wood, they'd be beautiful.
Yeah.
But who spends money on that anymore?
Yeah.
It's true.
So I just, that's my only thing about that, is I would hate to say yes to the panes and then they come out and they be the press-on panes and then it looks, you
Is it
know.
awful?
Is this
Yeah,
something
except-
that, you know how we've had options where we either allowed staff to make the final approval or we had a subcommittee who were empowered to do that? Does this fit within that?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm assuming that there's not a lot of guidance given though in the design standards other than, I mean, in terms of what the panes are supposed to look like, what they're supposed to be made of, what the minimum or maximum size and numbers are, or anything like that.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
says paint.
It says paint windows. There are obviously illustrations in the design guidelines. Also, there are different colors. Some of them are obviously white, others are different, reds or darker colors. It is, as you go particularly down that one street, there are a combination of different types of paint windows. Staff really just needs some direction on where we're going as we get renovations like this. If we're gonna, and we understand that there is an example out there where they went with just the one sheet of glass. And I don't know necessarily if that's the way we want to go for future projects. So I can appreciate Brenda's comments in regards to cost and timing and everything else. But this was a good time to have this discussion as to what staff can provide as for future renovations.
It's like relative to the design guideline that we were just talking about earlier. It seemed, to me, it seems punitive right now to kind of do it off the cuff. It seems like more favorable if we address a more broader statement in that guideline and therefore people are aware versus this kind of moment, which I hate actually personally.
Yeah, we all do.
Right, like to
So
just
what are you
say,
suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we let them do the regular.
Project is submitted.
Yeah, that's my vote, or the way I see it.
Make a motion, yeah.
Okay, make a motion to
To
approve it as
to approve,
submitted.
proposed,
Yeah,
as
as
submitted.
submitted, yeah, that's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Before that, could we just add with a strong preference for nice panes? Because, I mean, that's, you know, if you do your pricing and you can get delivery on something and it's, I don't know, just a little more per window, that would be great. But I'm inclined, like Jennifer, to say let's not, you know, jerk around and.
So I think we've communicated a preference for paned windows, but that don't look cheap, that don't look, that look
Applied.
historic, traditional
Yeah.
Danish, but also understanding that some of the challenges. So is there a motion? There is a motion. Is there a second? With the understanding that the preference of the committee has been expressed.
That's our strong preference, and because, you know, 2 months from now, somebody comes and says, oh, well, you let them do it. So, that's what we have to think about as we do this stuff. But we don't want to stop business, and so I would say.
But I think it's also a cautionary tale just to the city, to the point of asking what we want. The answer is, if asked, we want a good quality paned window, right? So, I mean,
Yeah.
that's my view.
Well, the applicant
right?
was
Yeah.
was informed that this would be the discussion.
I understand, no,
And
I'm
so
not.
they
I'm not
they
saying-
brought forward this proposal.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm saying in the future, we know that our bias would be to go with a more traditional, high-quality solution so that we can all be happy
Right.
and say,
And
yes,
follow the code
and follow the guidelines
yeah.
as directed.
Yeah.
But when we have no choice, it feels like if we put them in a bad position to say, no, go spend more money and go do this and then wait. And, we've had some of those other, I think I'm just feeling like the burden of some of the other
Yeah,
things,
I
right?
understand.
Yeah.
Sure.
And so I feel like we're trying to walk a fine line of that.
And who knows, maybe you're gonna find that that is the option that is the most available. We're gonna, encourage you to consider that, I guess, would be the way.
So I guess the motion would be approve the bigger windows with a strong preference to the nice dimensional paints. Is that?
Mullions,
is that
yeah.
Mullions?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Then I make that motion.
Second.
Okay.
Then she motioned. Am
Okay.
I correct? Sorry.
I think he revised it, right?
Yeah.
Still,
Yeah, I'm just questioning, to Esther's question earlier, her comments earlier, do you want to make that be prior to installation, a staff review?
Well, they
If
will
I
need to
may.
come back for staff review for the for the changes in regards to your motion, and they will also have to get building permits, so we will be working with them.
Okay,
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 it's a non-issue.
good, okay, it's a
in that
non-issue
sense.
in that sense, okay. So it's been moved and seconded
Mhm.
to accept that proposal and with the expression of strong support for the pane windows that are acceptable, and staff will work in that, to support that to the extent possible. Okay, are there any other comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, 4.
Thank you, and I will certainly bring the comments to the applicant of what you've suggested. And if there is any changes, I'll go over that with Lori when we come in to submit for building permit.
And I think what this has been is kind of a learning experience
Yeah.
for all of us here, and appreciate you kind of working through that, Brenda. And hopefully there won't be any impediment to getting answers as to what needs to come in front of our committee and what doesn't, and that staff can continue to support all the applicants. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Linda.
And just in response to that, you're right, there was a quandary as to whether this perceived small project should come to the DRC. But based on what happened over the last couple of meetings, we, worked with staff and said, no, we're gonna have to be a little more stringent on the changes that are happening with buildings and bringing forth these kind of things. Even though it does delay and it does cost money, it's more reflective of what the policies say, and so we're not giving too much wiggle room anymore.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
I think that goes to how that this project ended up being delayed based upon what happened with an over-the-counter approval of a non-compliant project. When we, as a committee, asked you to be sure that anything that wasn't fully compliant with the guidelines then came back to us.
Yep.
Yeah, or
And that
started
we
with us.
appreciate that guidance, because at the same time, we want to help people, we want to move things forward, but there is that deliberative process. And, you talked earlier about, 35 years of history of people have held the line, and so that's how we're doing it.
Okay, great.
Okay, good.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm recusing myself from the next.
Yeah, let's, sir, by Brenda, are you,
Yeah, we're together.
oh, you were together on that last item, is that right?
No,
The next item.
the next item.
Oh, the next item, okay, I see. On the Bella Vista item,
Just
okay,
open the door.
okay. Yeah. So the record shows we have
Three.
recusal, okay? Very good, this is, relates to the Gary Blake Bella Vista,
Correct.
and it's the review and approval of proposed architecture, colors, materials, exterior lighting, and so forth, to 3 proposed single-family residences at 1875, 1879, and 1883 Laurel Avenue.
Yes, this project is being brought before you. The original tentative map for this project, referred to as Bella Vista, was approved in June of 2003. This particular project was 4 lots. One of the lots has an existing structure on it, and the other 3 have been vacant since. The project has, as I go, when the map was approved back in 2003, there was a series of conditions that were applied to this project. As you discussed earlier, most single-family projects don't come before you, but when there's projects with conditions, even if they were for, 20 years ago, we're bringing them forward because they need to meet those conditions. This project has 3 lots. This one illustrates the 3 different views. The site has a small pad on the top and then moves down the hillside. So these are definitely challenging lots to develop. This is the entrance to the private drive that comes off of Laurel to serve the site. It's a narrow service road. This has been a challenge for the fire department. Again, a project that was approved many years ago, now meeting today's standards. We are working with them. This is the actual site plan of the 3 lots independent of each other with the existing house illustrated. Each one of those has a driveway pad that is level with the road. The first floor is level with the road, and then everything drops down from there. Some of the things that the fire department has had to work with is making sure that there is adequate access around the whole building, so you can see that there's actually exterior stairwells going down the site. There is obviously a lot of landscaping that's going to be provided for this, drought tolerant. But this is the real issue. So here's lot 1. The biggest issue with the project is that there was a condition that said that the roof elevation could not exceed 575. The driveway location, the elevation on the driveway is about 559 or right around there. And so if you add the house, the driveway, plus the little architectural feature, you're right at 575. So this condition resulted in basically flat roof development. And this is the side view. It clearly illustrates how the property drops down to the floor of the pad. This is the backside of Lot 1's elevation. You know, having some patios and porches. And then this is the other side of the house. And this is the cross section, which shows how each floor works, and stepping down with their retaining walls and their pylons. So the project works down the hill. These are some of the details that will be used. They'll have garage doors, obviously, exterior lighting, which is dark sky compliant. And those are the details for the first lot. So the second lot is, again, same design. It's important to note that the driveways, the way they're designed, are moving right from the driveway, but they're already starting to fall down the hill, so they all have fencing along the driveways to make sure people don't start going down the hill. This coloring shows not only the colors, but also there's going to be wood elements to it. This one has an arced entry. Well, you can see it on here. There's kind of a element there, outdoor patios, and again, the other side of the building. And this is showing you how this particular project would work. You can see how the driveway almost cantilevers over the hillside and goes into the structure. And there's pylons used to build this on the hillside. And then you have some additional detailing and the garage and lighting. The third one is, again, mirroring the same build-out scenario. This one is more of a flat face on the entry area, but it has the wood details. Again, outdoor patios as they step down the hill, side elements. And this is the cross-section of how the building will be built. And then you have your details. This is the proposal for development of these 3 lots. These are the requirements of the conditions of approval, talk about the elevations, the floor plans, and also the coloring and landscaping. Staff has gone through this material. These do reflect the public record of the project throughout. Again, the 2003 era. There was also additional BAR review back in 2018 on the site, and so, I'm sorry, that's a different project. So we're here tonight to talk about what's being proposed and your recommendation.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly where this was exactly, and, you know, I went over this week to scope it out, and it's obviously very steep, very challenging parcel and so forth, and I'm aware of that. And overall, I mean, it's a challenging place to build properties like this, I suppose, but I know the engineering exists to do that. I'm kind of troubled a little bit that if we're responsible for setting colors, that Planning Commission has said they're going to be earth tones. And but we're supposed to, I'm kind of bothered. I mean, just this happened in 2003, I guess, really.
Mm-hmm.
Although we have a similar one later on where there was, where the Planning Commission has set conditions and so forth, and then required us to do the review of the architecture and so forth and so on, and make sure that what are the findings is it complies with whatever they've required. So that's just not understanding that process as well as probably I should. The one issue is that now that I've seen the site, you know, live and from various vantages, I also went into Mission Oaks to see the backside of those properties, which are adjacent to the Mission Oaks gated community properties. There's a lot of trees there, and I'm looking on the map, though, it looks like some of those trees are, at least according to the Google things, some of those trees are right where the houses are supposed to be. And so I look and wonder, one of the requirements was approved requirements of the tree preservation plan shall be incorporated and implemented. And it seems like some of the, I'm concerned a little bit that they didn't maybe protect the trees. And is that, but have you reviewed that?
Yes, there will be trees removed from this site. And what the landscaping plan.
Is not, but whatever removal occurs will not be in violation of the requirements of the tree preservation plan.
Yeah, I was looking, I concur, I highlighted that because I didn't understand, prepare an updated tree preservation and protection plan by city-approved arborist. Has that been done?
Yes. Yes, that was done when the map recorded, and so we have that in the record. There will be trees removed, and there will be oak trees replanted at the bottom of the hill. And, you know, that's just part of the conditions, and the map recordation implemented those conditions. We're following through with them now.
Can you help me just understand the process? Okay, so I know that we were tasked by an earlier planning commission with things that they wouldn't ordinarily, you know, now be tasking us with. Have they seen and approved these plans, or we're step one with this? I just need a clarification on that.
So the way this process works, this is a tentative parcel map. There was no development plan required. The conditions of approval were implemented by the recordation of the map that ultimately created the lots, but we still have these standing conditions that talk about Board of Architecture review, reviewing these elements. So this is not going to go back to the Planning Commission. It's not required in the conditions of approval.
As long as, yeah, and it will proceed if we approve.
Yes. It's very similar to the one that we just had last time with the Friedensburg Canyon. One house project that had a condition of approval to come back to the DRC. This is the same consistency.
Okay, that's why I was asking. I wasn't clear on, you know, where we stand.
Right.
Are you also saying that Silver Screen, Stone Creek, and Wolverine are earth tones?
Well, they are of the earth tone palette, I would say. They are, I think, appropriate in this case because of being respectful of those that will see up the hill to this site. It is darker, more subtle than going with something that's lighter, brighter, stronger.
Okay.
And so I think this is probably a good palette to work with. Each one of them are a little bit different, but not starkingly different. And so I think this is probably an appropriate way to go.
Good answer, thank you. That helps. The other thing I noticed from the vantage of Hillside, is it Hillside Lane or whatever the street there is in the
Yeah, the paint chips are right there.
where?
The paint chips, she just wanted to make sure we had them.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, oh, yeah, good.
Thank you.
These? What was I gonna say? Oh, So looking at that hillside drive, which is inside the Mission Oaks and goes along there, there's no fence or anything like that from the street all the way up to the top where these properties are. Are the properties going to install fences? Because you'd think, I mean, in some ways, you have a gated community with, that's kind of porous there on that side. Maybe that's okay. I don't know if there's any plan to do anything like there are some fences there on the, we'll say at the south side of where they have, residences with homes, but there's no residences, and so there's no fences, and I just, it's very dense woods and brambles and things like that in there, but.
I think that would be a good question for the applicant,
Okay.
what their plans are.
Okay.
There are some improvements that still need to be, I believe, still installed lower in the area. There's the sewer line and water line and stuff. So there may be some activity down there. And then they'll start replanting, and they can talk about fencing.
Yeah, there are there, like we've raised this with regard to the Samsung Clinic, will there be, does the process involve the engagement of neighbors?
We have not noticed this project. So I don't know if they've communicated with the neighbors, with the existing home.
You're not required to do that in the.
We
don't require them to do it in this process.
It was not, we did not notice this project.
No, I understand what you said, but I wondered if it was a requirement.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Do we want to hear anything from the applicant? I've got some
Sure.
comments, but I don't know if we wanted to, if there was some comments to be heard first.
Yeah, absolutely, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you're Gary Blake?
No, I'm Brian Nelson, the architect.
Oh, Brian Nelson, yeah, sure.
Gary is one
I
of the
see
partners
there,
in the project.
Okay.
So, have the other two of you been out to the site? I know the
Yes.
chair did.
Very
Okay.
familiar, I used to live up on Laurel, so,
Okay.
yeah, challenging site.
Yes, challenging site, and it's interesting that you cannot see this site from very many places except up on hillside. There's a couple of houses you can see in the photos that look across that big open field where the deer love to go.
But saw some there that.
Yeah, they're always there. So it's a very hidden site. As you also mentioned, there's a huge line of oak trees all across the bottom of this property.
Right.
So from even Nielsen's or down at the gas station, you can't see this site, which is really interesting because it's right in the city, but it's very hidden. Yeah. So there was comment about trees. There's only a couple of scrub oaks up at the very top on lot 3 that will have to be removed. But we are not taking out any other oak trees. They're all below the retention basins. And so we're not taking out any oak trees on this site that are more than 3 or 4 inches in diameter.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
You are taking out some trees though?
Just the scrub oaks that are right up next to the
Okay,
to the
just the
driveway.
scrub, okay.
Yeah, we're not touching any of the oaks. They're beautiful. We want, and that's the deer habitat down there. So, and you saw, if you went out to the site, the very long driveway that comes in from Laurel. You can't see the site at all. You don't even know it's there. So, we have met all of the criteria that the Planning Commission long ago put on this project. And I know the neighbor is concerned about the height. And so that's why the section page that you got in your packet shows the actual 575 height. So we pinned it down, and we were very careful to stay at that height. So, we decided on the glass garage doors because these houses, the living is down below, the bedrooms are down below. So there's hardly any windows on at the front of the building. And at night, if there's a soft light in the garage and stuff, it kind of lights up the house in the front because we don't have hardly any windows there, just because all the view is the other way. We don't want to look into the site, we want to look out from the site.
Okay.
So it's very confusing. If you look at the Lot 1, the map that you have right on the top of your packet,
Yeah,
and Lot 1 in the highlight, and notice that Lot 1 is the very last one in the
Yeah.
driveway. It's very confusing, and it's the highest number for address. So
Right.
just think of them backwards, so to speak. So if you have any questions about any of
well, when I saw there, it was odd, I mean, it was, there is, on lot 1, I think it's just to the west of it, there's it looks like a concrete street or alley, really. It just abruptly ends with a sign that says fire lane, and I go,
that's the turnaround for the fire truck.
that is the turnaround for the fire.
Yeah, and Steve Sauer has been out there.
There's no place to go, but.
Yeah, so
But it just
Steve Sauer
runs.
of the fire department has been out there with me. We walked the whole site. That is the hammerhead that
Yeah, I see.
doesn't allow parking. The fire hydrant is back halfway down the driveway to the first lot. So,
Okay.
or it's almost even with the first lot.
So obviously, although it's a challenge because of its accessibility from the fire department, they've approved
Yes.
this plan.
And he required us to add the steps on the land, on the surface, so they can get down to the bottom of it with a ladder to get up. So we added that just recently. That's in your packet also. So they're very happy with the design. We've been working with them for a long time.
Okay.
And
I have
as Lori.
I have a couple of questions about the landscaping. From the street level, it looks very, looks abundant and it'll really soften it, although there's not very much of the house that shows from the street. I would like to see more softening of the lines along the sides that are more visible to the neighbors, and at the back with something that's a little bit taller to obscure that very, tall 3-story structure there. Is there space to add plantings on the side and back on some of these?
Is Bethany online? Our landscape architect?
Stephanie?
Bethany.
No.
Oh, well, I'll try and answer for Bethany and me. We feel that we shouldn't landscape down the hill because, number one, it gives fuel for fires, and that's a fire hill. It's gonna come raging up there, and we have weed control. So we weren't intending to landscape in, and there's the retention ponds down there, and we can't put any landscape in those. So for those reasons, we weren't going to landscape down below. Of course, the homeowners, whoever they are, they can do it later if they want, but that was our intention.
Yeah, my concern is the very large expanse of building at the rear with nothing to obscure that.
But nobody can see it.
I was just gonna say, understanding that it has a very limited view, but there are some people who can see it. But
Okay.
it is interesting how hidden they are, I will give you
Yeah.
that, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
And they're very cool.
I was just gonna say, that I do like the architectural style.
Thank you.
It seems fitting for where they are. It is different from the neighborhood, but that very low profile will work well in that.
Thank you.
And again, very familiar with that area, and it's such a challenge. I'm actually impressed that you've come up with something. You must have big caissons going in there.
Yeah, the planning commission said in their report, their conditions, no caissons. And it was like, what? And we determined that they meant, no, you can't put it up on stilts.
Oh, okay.
But it said no caissons, and obviously you have to have caissons under something like this, but they're all underground.
Right.
So you won't see any part of the foundation. up
Yeah,
on-
the original plans that actually showed the house cantilevered over the hillside with the stilts.
Right.
And so that's
Right.
why the elevations have evolved to what you're having here today.
Yeah, I remember that.
It does make for a much more massive back side of it,
Yes,
which, and the fronts are just stunning. But that,
Thank you.
But that back side is a big old bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
last year.
And same with the side view, the side
Yeah.
elevation a lot as well.
Except you can't stand back and look at the sides, because they're next to each other.
So that
Anyway.
being said, I mean, I just, and I totally understand about fire and things, but if there was some way to break up that rear facing of that, I don't know what that is, other than, you know, one big tree that has
We-
sprinklers on it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's been tall and narrow, not eucalyptus.
A fake Christmas tree that won't burn, yeah.
There you go. A giant tinsel tree.
Well, at one point, everybody would put eucalyptus, but they're kind of
Yeah,
like,
no.
you know, putting a torch there in
Yeah.
case of a fire, so.
That would be my only
Yeah, my,
thing.
the negative that I saw was the need to, just to kind of break up that expanse of building at the rear there with ideally some form of tall, narrow vegetation.
Well, the other option that you could consider is actually kind of the discussion you had with Sampson, is there a way to break up the color of those 3 stories so that it's just not one massive, you know, 3-story wall of color, that there's some gradation or some way to break that up.
It's always gonna look big, and I think if you
Yeah.
start playing with like different colors,
I agree.
then it just makes it,
Yeah, I think.
Busy.
I'd rather have it be just solid, relatively darker color.
Well, and the decks will give a lot of shade, so, you know, I mean, they're 8 feet and 10 feet deep. So they'll give a lot of shade underneath, so it won't be just that flat wall you see. You'll have shade.
Okay.
I think, what I'm hearing from you is what mitigates all this really big expanse of building at the back and the sides is that it is not viewable
That's right.
for the most part. If it were visible from almost anywhere, I would
Me too.
really not be comfortable. A different question, I saw that number 3 had white lights for the exterior. Did I see that right? The last image was a white fixture. That seemed odd to me.
And if I can go back to the,
Which lot, which one is that?
Lot
3.
Yeah, it was the very last image you showed, yeah, that.
where the previous ones had,
it's on the screen.
yeah,
Oh, I see.
the previous ones had black.
Yeah.
They're all dark.
Yeah, well, go to the last picture, that's what made me ask. That
This
one.
is, yeah.
Oh, that's supposed to be the dark
Okay.
aluminum,
That was
sorry.
why it's like, that just seems like
Yeah, no, that's a-
it didn't fit
yeah.
with the architectural style.
I agree with you.
Okay, good. Strike that, all right.
Okay,
Um,
yeah.
Any other comments? I think we have 3 different projects in a way, but I
Right.
think they're all. part
So,
of-
because of the COVID lapse,
Yeah.
we have completed the construction documents, so, and they're approved at the city. We're waiting to get permits after your approval, so we're asking for a final approval
Okay.
this evening.
Is there,
Are these requiring separate motions, or can this be one motion for the entire,
Since the project was planned all as one, it can be, there is some detail that you want to separate out, and we can take a separate motion on a particular elevation.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the designs as submitted.
There's public
And-
comment.
Oh, sorry,
oh, yeah.
and there are people.
Okay, there are comments. Who's on the left there? I can't see.
Susan Bott is the first one up.
Oh, Susan?
Good evening.
Yes.
I'm Susan Bach. I'm representing the Save Our Stars Committee of Rewatch. We've already heard about them. The exterior light fixtures are in compliance with Solvay's code on these buildings, being fully shielded and with low-intensity light sources as a bonus. We are concerned with the lights in the garages on the garage doors put around light spilled over to the neighbors. Translucent glass on those windows would be a big help. Many times it isn't understood that interior lighting can cause exterior light pollution. So we appreciate it if you would take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, I appreciate those comments.
Thank you. I actually had understood that they were some kind of obscured glass. Are they clear glass?
No, they're obscured glass.
They are obscured glass, okay.
Yes.
So there's a translucency, you
Yeah.
said, okay.
Susan, does that seem to satisfy your concerns?
Yeah, I think it would. As long as it didn't, it's hard to visualize sometimes the effect that interior lights have on the neighbors.
Okay.
So I hope you'll take that into effect.
We appreciate that. Thank you,
Yeah.
Susan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Scott Hess.
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm on a neighboring property, and my primary concern is the lack of landscape planning and oak protection on lot 3. The current plan appears to eliminate the privacy of the neighboring properties, and as I see it, privacy is a benefit of living in this community. And as presented, the bedroom, living room, and kitchen windows all look down onto our property and into our house. And according to the public record, it does not appear that the mapping was completed as was required by the 2003 Planning Commission. And that would be the extent of my comments. Thank you.
May I ask a question? Are you the neighbor that has the vineyard?
I am.
Ah, okay. That's to the south of lot 3. There's his vineyard is, can you see it in a photograph or something?
Yes.
His vineyard is next to our property, then the house is at the far edge. There was another owner. We communicated with the previous owner on this because his vineyard came onto our property, so, but I didn't know that it was sold.
Yes, the house was sold back in a couple years ago,
Ah.
and it's no longer an operating vineyard.
Oh, okay. That's too bad. Looked really nice.
So the landscape plan is up on the screen, oops, and you can see that there is landscaping on lot 3 on the southwest corner. That's where the lot is still at grade, and then it starts to drop off. They're not proposing landscaping along that side or in the rear. And so the question would be, and you can see that with the floor plan, that's where the kitchen area is of that first floor.
On
And-
the top floor,
Yes.
is there any comments on how to address that? Mr. Architect, I'm sorry.
Brian Nelson. I'm just wondering the distance to the house, because it's quite a distance over there, but we don't have any Google Maps printed up.
Actually, we do.
So,
Oh, good.
So this is the side of the house
I'm not
that.
sure this has a scale on it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here we go. And this does have a scale on it.
Yeah.
It helped,
Okay, so there's where they go, and there's the house that you can see down below.
Yeah. I've never stood there. Well, you can't get out on the site. You can't get on a ladder even out there. So
Right,
it
and
looks like
as
there's,
designed, the existing property with the decks and everything, will look through, we'll look across our property and into our house is the concern, especially if the trees along that property line are not, if something is not planted along that property line to block out that view into our property.
there's a series of scrub oaks along that property line that we will leave for sure.
So if we can put the screen back up, you can see the elevation that we're talking about. Let's see, oh, sorry.
There.
Right there. So you got 2 windows facing to the south. One is a kitchen window, one is a, I believe, dining room area or living room area. All the rest are, windows are below grade. So the question would be, what kind of screening, if any, for those two windows?
So I think this goes to my concerns to start with, which were, where is this visible from? So now we know it's visible from their home.
Right.
And the other side of that is not only is this new proposed house visible from their home, but the proposed home will have a view directly into their home. So, as I started to make a motion, my motion was going to be that there be the consideration for including plantings that would give some and create elevation in addition to the existing scrub oaks there.
When I say a scrub oak, they're like 10 feet, 12 feet
10
high.
feet.
They're
Okay,
yeah,
so they're coastal live oaks that grow
Yes.
super fast.
yeah, and yes, they're coastal, so they are evergreen,
Yeah.
and they have grown really fast since we own the property. You know, they're probably 15 feet high at least, but we didn't show them on here. So we'd be glad to work with the neighbor. We worked with the previous neighbor, so.
There's several options in this case because you're looking at, you know, an area that you got competing neighbors. One option is to just install a high, like what we call banyan window on that side, so you still get light, but you're not looking into someone else's lot. Or again, doing the opaque windows on that side. There's other ways and methods, to at least assure that they're not going to be looking at each other.
Can you pop that back up on the screen for us?
Right there.
And what view do the people living in this place have looking out? In other words, the view is
The view is the thing, it's all the coastal range. That's why, but it's not looking down, it's looking, at the far coastal range. So we can trim those scrub oaks, let them grow high. The windows downstairs are utility, I mean, they're bathrooms and stuff, so I'm not concerned about those, so.
It is the big first floor window that
Yeah.
I think is in particular concern.
Yeah, I mean, it's the bedroom windows that look out. And I mean, frankly, the house is oversized for the lot that they're putting it on. I mean, it's up against the property line basically as well.
No, we're in a building envelope that's at least 10 feet away from the property line.
That includes the decks and such too. Because I have to admit that my first initial look at these was the buildings and the style was really cool, and the scale was very large, and large in comparison with a lot of the moral existing homes.
These are 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses. What makes them look big is the basement.
How many square feet? Remind me, 3?
They're 2,300.
Oh, okay. I thought I read that they were.
They're not big.
3,200, but perhaps that includes a.
No, lot 3 is 1,837. So they're not big homes.
Okay.
And like I said, Mr. Hess, the setback is a building envelope that was created by the Planning Commission, and it's the house is on an angle, and it goes from 10 to about 12 feet or 13 feet away from the property line.
Does that include the patio that juts out over that?
So if we can go back to the original illustration. You can see that there is a dotted line on this. The patio does extend over the building setback on the two lots, but that's not part of the actual structure. It's the patios, and so we can work with them to reduce the patio, so it's within the building envelope, but,
Well,
Not within the building envelope, but you mean, okay, you didn't mean that.
So it has to be, so it would need to be inside of that dotted line that runs across the patio on 3 and.
So we worked very hard with the city staff before COVID,
yeah.
and we were assured that we could go that far out. So the whole design of this project includes those decks. So I would be very disappointed if we had a 3-foot deck on that side of the house. It's the only outdoor living space. So we worked with the planning staff and they said, yes, you can take it's an overhang basically, into that building, outside the building envelope.
So building 1 just has a little triangle, part of the deck extended over the building envelope. Lot 3 is definitely a more substantial extension over,
Right.
over the building envelope.
And the same with lot 2?
Well, no, lot
Lot 2 has a little corner.
It's just the little corner. I'm sorry, the dotted line that you see going across the depth, that's the roof, that's the roof line.
All right.
It's the next dotted line.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Wrong dotted line.
Yes, yes. So what I would suggest in this case is we could take a motion individually on each one of these lots to move forward and then focus on any recommendations for lot 3.
But what Brian's saying is that planning commission already said, even if that overhangs a little bit, they approved it, right?
Well, the planning commission in 2003 approved the building envelopes. What Brian is saying is that prior to COVID, discussions with the planning staff at that time said they could encroach the patios in beyond the building envelopes.
So he's gotten some guidance.
Yes.
A lot of guidance from the staff, yeah.
Okay.
Brenda sitting behind me.
Okay.
And what about losing the decks? I mean,
That means no outdoor living space at all for the house. It's just.
Well, let's just go back and look at the cross section. I'm sorry, if we can get that
Or
back
at
on.
least,
Because the lower
the
level.
one that intrudes.
Oops.
There are
Sorry,
multiple
quick
decks, correct?
There is the lower deck on lot 3.
Right, and even if they plant trees along the property line to fill in the rest of that, the top deck will still look into the house for the foreseeable future. Those trees are not gonna grow fast enough to make up for that.
So there's 2 decks on this property facing the, to the back. And so the issue is the top deck, and because the lower deck is below grade, so the concern for the neighbor is that top deck where the, I'm assuming those are French doors going out to the deck. If there's a way to switch those and reduce the patio or the deck in that location, just so that that corner's not in their area, is an option.
The lot 3 though is the troublesome lot, right?
Correct.
I would accept a motion to approve lots 1 and 2 as presented.
I'll make that motion with encouragement to consider additional screening to soften the back and sidelines.
And I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve lot 1 and 2 as presented. We'll talk about 3 shortly after a 5-minute break. But we have, on lots 1 and 2, we have the motion with the proviso, would you repeat that?
With encouragement to consider plantings that'll soften the back and side views.
Okay.
Building lines.
acceptable to,
Yep.
okay? All in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, are there any other comments people have about that are here? I see none. So, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 3-7.
Passes 3, 1 absent, 1
Oh,
recused.
Yeah, three, and one abstention. Okay?
Recusal.
Now, what'd you say?
Recusal.
Recusal, yeah, I'm sorry. Now there's, with regard to Lot 3, more is gonna be necessary. I think if there's I mean, I think the argument obviously about the exposure is a good one, and you agree with that. I mean, there's ways we can work to mitigate that. You suggested some of those. Should we work on those in the next month? Is that a problem? I mean, I think that rather than try to solve a challenging issue right now, I'm just suggesting we defer action on that for a month. Now, maybe that's going to be a real problem with
We are ready to start
building.
construction.
Yeah,
I mean, with building permits
yeah.
ready and waiting, so I would like to solve it tonight and
Okay.
get a final approval.
Okay.
So can we take a 5-minute break, as you
Yeah,
suggested?
sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yes. call the meeting back into session. Do you have something to offer now or to suggest?
I think the applicant would like to speak on some ideas to address this concern.
Okay. So the applicant is going to speak, or Mr. Nelson is going to speak here regarding how to proceed to mitigate, to the extent possible, the issue associated with Lot 3. Yeah. So Lot 3?
So,
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So, I wish we had known ahead of time that this would be a concern, and we could have addressed it with him personally. And I would like to see if there...
The public meeting has given them an opportunity to...
Yeah,
check
but,
in.
but we have, anyway, we've been through the entire process, and like I say, building permits are sitting ready to be pulled. So...
Yeah, well, that, I will say, that was also the reason for the questions earlier, not only in this case, but another one about contacting the neighbors for a project like that, so you...
We contacted the neighbor previously, so I didn't know that Mr. Hess had bought it, so.
Okay.
So I apologize, Mr. Hess, that we haven't communicated with you. I assume he's still online?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I don't know, you're kind of setting precedents here tonight on windows and other things. I don't know if you can put a condition in that we could work with Mr. Hess and staff, so we don't have to come back in a month, so that we don't have to come back at all, that we could work with staff and Mr. Hess and come to a conclusion. And if we can't come to a conclusion, conclusion's the wrong word. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but if we couldn't come to a consensus, that we would have to come back here, but we could have approval so that we could...
Mutually agreeable.
Right, yes.
Position. Okay, I want to ask the city manager, we've done things like that before, do you have any comments about it?
It's been a while since we've had projects like this come through. I think that if you make it clear in your motion that it has to be a mutual consensus, then that would be, it's one neighbor against
And then it would be,
versus another neighbor.
Then I think we would do it in a way that you believe it adequately address the concerns we have, or do we have to bring it back here? If we can avoid it, we'll green light the project, move ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I turned that off. So we can move ahead. That would be useful. What do you have any comment on that?
I think that would be fine. I would be happy to review the process and ensure that both parties are in agreement.
In mutual agreement.
In fact, I would even say maybe in writing.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Unless there's more
Okay.
comments probably, or...
Yeah, okay. Are there any comments? Scott, did you hear the...
Yeah, I heard that. And so, yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that our biggest concern is that we don't want to look at a large stucco mass staring at us from the property line.
Understand.
And so we're reasonable. We'd like to come up with a way to block what is essentially a 25 to 30 foot, elevation at the bottom of the hill.
Right.
Down where the decks extend. So you've got, 30 feet probably of stucco that will, with windows that will be looking down into our property.
Yeah, and
So,
you're about
sell for that.
You're about 100 feet or so from that lot line, as I understand it. Just looking at this Google Map picture that I looked today after I visited the property. So you're about 100 feet away, though. It's not like it's right on top of you, but it's about that far. And there will be ways to mitigate that impact. And obviously, it did have the prior owner had communicated about the possibility of building a house on those lots some time ago, and maybe there wasn't any comments with you about that.
Right, so, whether a deal or agreement or arrangement or anything was struck with the prior owners of the property is really, I don't see how that's pertinent, nor is the distance I mean, right, if you have an elevated position looking down into the property, the potentially 100 feet, it's around that potentially. So,
Well, it's different than 10 feet, but I mean, and it's,
Sure.
and it's different than 200 feet. I mean, I'm just making a point that, there is a distance there, but that doesn't eliminate the intrusion. It makes it less severe than if it were 10 feet. But I think the issue is that there was also lots there when you bought the house. You knew the lots were there, and if someone built on them, that this issue would be addressed. You have a commitment from the architect to work with you and the city on reaching a mutually acceptable agreement about how those concerns you have can be reasonably mitigated.
I'd like to make a motion,
Okay?
which echoes what you just said, to approve the plan for Lot 3 based upon a mutually agreeable decision between city staff, applicant, and the neighbor in concern.
Great.
And I'll second.
yeah, as long as it's written, and mutually acceptable, we'll be fine with that.
It would be written, that's right. That's a good clarification. Right. Is that right?
And to clarify, if we cannot reach, or they can't reach an agreement, then the project would come back.
Come back, that's right.
To you
Yep.
for
Yes.
approval.
Yep.
And if not, that it will return to us next month or at a future date.
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay? Great. I think we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Passes 3, 1
3, 1, 0.
recusal, 1 absent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. We'll be meeting.
Thank you very much for your help on this. I appreciate it.
How do I get hold of you, Mr. Hess?
We'll get you a number.
Okay.
We can connect you.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks so much.
Do we want to let?
Yes, we'll go get.
Yes, we do.
Her name tag in there.
Okay.
That makes sense.
We approved the order of the agenda, but there's nobody here from the, is there anybody from the hotel?
Yes, Brian and Brenda.
Okay.
They have a full day here.
Oh, okay. Because we have another project that's
Yes.
with Mr. St. George.
Okay.
Let's,
So the item.
thanks for your efforts on that. I feel we're at a good place there. Okay. Go
So
ahead.
the item before you is the Boutique Hotel located at 1420 Mission Drive. This project was heard by the Planning Commission last year, November 22 or 20, and there was a conceptual review by the previous Board of Architecture review in December 13th, 2018. Again, this is one of our legacy projects, which had a series of conditions that were outlined for the DRC to take action on as final approval of the architectural elements. Mainly the focus was on lighting and landscaping and signage, but what we did was we brought forward to you also colors and materials so that you could have an opportunity to look at the whole package. I do have some additional color chips here that include the white element. So I'll just go through a couple of slides, and
Are
also, these are the roof materials.
Okay.
So I'll just go through a couple of slides on the PowerPoint presentation, just so we have the full elements, if that can be brought back up.
Presentation, please.
That's done. Okay, so we're here for final approval of the development plan. That was a project that was approved by the Planning Commission. It's at the corner of Neckenberg and Mission Drive,
I've got
the small piece. This is the site plan. And the important element with this site plan with the landscaping is that this piece of property sits back a ways from Mission Drive paved section. It's part of Caltrans right-of-way. So the landscaping along that frontage will have 2 existing trees will be retained that are there right now, and then they're going to be planting grapevines along the front of it. And then there's some ornamental plants along the front, and then it moves into the project with more landscaping. This is the back side of the building. These are the entrances to the units, and there's 11 of them in this project. And you have at the corner a turret element, I guess is the best description. This is the elevations along the front that you'd see along 246, trying to mimic a village concept with different elements and separate buildings, but all being part of the same building. There's different colors and different roof materials. So you can see that there is a metal component on the first one with the lighter color, and that metal's, yes, that's the metal roofing. The center one has the brown roofing with the yellow, and then the darker roofing is with the orange beige color. These are the different colors. There's chips provided, and these were approved by the Planning Commission, but we're just bringing all the materials to you tonight so you can review.
The colors were approved by the planning commission?
Yes.
In 2018 or whatever?
Well, no, they were approved by the Planning Commission in November of 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, Barr looked at the preliminary proposal, but in 2018.
Right. Revert has virtually not changed through this process. And so,
Okay.
Can you clarify the colors? We have a couple of ships that are different, so, okay, so this is.
so the hearth color goes with the metal roofing. That's it, lighter yellow.
This color here.
Yes.
That goes with what?
Can you go back to the
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
previous?
Because they're not matching, obviously, the ships. Okay, so
Is this the metal roofing?
Yes.
that's the
that's-
blue, and which one goes with the blue? Is that this lighter
Yes.
colored one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that, all right, thank you.
Okay, and then the darker yellow goes with the brown roofing. Brown roof,
Well, there's
the
not
shape.
really yellow.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's
Okay, this one goes with
The
brown.
brown.
Okay, so that goes with that,
Mhm.
okay.
And then the darker burnt color is with the black.
Like that, okay,
Yeah.
all right. And then
The white is the color for the window mullions.
oh, it's white windows.
And also, there is a gazebo by the project, and that will be white with details.
Where does that color,
Yeah, this one.
where does the gold metal go?
they're kind of copper.
Yeah, from copper.
What does the copper metal roof go?
Oh, that goes on
So
top
the
of the
tower.
gazebo.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's the
Okay.
gazebo.
Yeah, sorry,
But the
I-
gazebo is supposed to be
The white.
white
Mhm.
with
This
that.
one.
Yes.
And the other white element is white windows on all of
Well, you
it?
can see the mullions in the illustration are all white.
I couldn't quite tell, that's why I was, yeah, thanks. All right. And then all the,
Oh, sorry.
it's all right, the half timber is all the same dark brown. That's the
Correct.
cohesive element there.
And the windows are nice paints of a dimensional.
The paints, yes.
Yeah.
Good example.
Okay. Well, compliments on the choice of colors, which I guess was done a long time ago, and the variances of materials to really break it up. And the use of the half timbers is nicely done, but not overdone. I think that's a positive, because sometimes it's almost too many crisscrosses on the buildings, and it's well executed here. I'm not quite clear from the images, if you could show us, Lori, the location of the gazebo.
Sure. So in this illustration, you can see over on the right-hand side, there is a small circle with 4 little dots. That's where the little gazebo is, on the right-hand side. See where the purple is?
Oh,
that,
Yeah.
Flowers,
Yes.
okay.
It's small.
All right, and then, let's see, what is the adjacent,
That's the office building?
okay, adjacent to it?
Correct.
Is that white gazebo visible from the road? Is it visible from the neighboring property?
It will be
Yes.
visible from the windows of some of the offices.
Okay.
The south side's residential.
Correct. I think, yeah, there you go. See, there's the elevation right there.
Yeah, I just couldn't quite figure where I looked and looked for the gazebo, and I was not real clear on that.
Yep, that's right.
So what is it, a dollhouse gazebo? Small.
Yeah, and again, small font on these things, so. Compliments on the color palette. The one area that doesn't really float my boat entirely is the white for the gazebo. I think it's lovely to see the kind of copper roof, and I don't know if that will age with time. And perhaps the applicant can speak to it, but if the intent was to make it really stand out, I think it will, but I'm not sure it seems as though it could stand out in a way that maybe wasn't intended.
Okay, are there any comments, it's not necessary, I know it's fairly straightforward.
I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay.
That last question.
So if there was a reason that you picked white for the gazebo was my question.
It's traditional. And we're trying to be traditional in the architecture. And almost all of them have either white or dark brown. And I don't think dark brown is the right color for this, because it's an accent piece in the garden.
I do like the use of the different colors, including white, creating that village effect. I think that's a nice direction. So
Yeah, and we did that on purpose, using the different roofing and all, so it looks like a number of buildings.
Exactly.
And if you look at the roof plan, you will notice all the equipment that has to be on the roof for the air conditioning is hidden in a parapet, but you can't tell from either side because it looks like a full roof. Looks like it's going up to so anyway.
I noticed that was a good touch.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, and no signage?
Yeah, it's a challenging,
Yeah.
so it's a small site, but you shoehorned it in and provided a nice frontage with the grape.
Yeah, we're gonna work with Caltrans, just like the neighbors did up the way, the other hotels that are redoing there.
Right.
You had a question about the signage. We're gonna do signage under separate.
Okay, because I presumed that there was signage to come.
Yes.
It will be a gateway project to the community, so it's very important. I have to admit that I would suggest something other than grapevines based upon how they look at the nearby.
Dormants,
Yeah, what was it, a Hudson House that has them? I can't
No,
remember.
it's the one in between.
Okay, yeah,
It still
okay,
hasn't
Kronborg, yeah. That would be my comment, would be to potentially consider something other than the grapevines in front. Other than that, I think that you've done an admirable job of creating a beautiful building there at the gateway to the community and making it work.
The comment I have, I've been looking at the report, Lori, that you prepared. And so there are three basic areas we need: exterior lighting, water efficient landscaping. The third, signage, is not ready.
It's being deferred.
It's deferred now. So we're only talking about exterior lighting and water efficient landscaping. And I look at the Planning Commission's memo of 2020 assigning things to us, and that's okay, I suppose, but sometimes I wonder about our being involved in water efficient landscaping, but that's appropriate. And also the exterior, although I suppose somebody could argue that we're not authorized because it says this is to be approved by the planning department staff and branding and design committee if it exists, and it doesn't exist. It probably should have said if, the branding committee or its successor, but anyway, just a quibble.
So I guess we really don't have any say over the paint, and as I look at the gazebo, it's pretty minimal white because most of it's.
That's right, I mean, right here, it doesn't really speak to that, although it's in your finding required, it includes that, and frankly, I don't think under the terms of this, we can approve anything other than exterior lighting and water efficient landscaping.
And you're absolutely right, that's how the conditions were written.
Okay.
But in all due respect to the committee, we wanted to make sure you had the full package to understand the
I appreciate that,
context.
but I think, we shouldn't be approving things that are frankly outside the scope of our responsibility as defined by the planning commission in this case.
So nice job with the paint, even though we have no say over it.
I'm just looking at the
Correct.
findings here. I'm not in a position to make positive findings with regard to all nine of these items. I think it ought to be reduced to the two areas that we're confined to here, with obviously the notion that signage we will be reviewing and approving as we should, but that'll be deferred once a specific proposal is in front of it.
What you have for the signage is the location on the site plan.
Right.
But the actual text will come back to you.
Right.
So what are we,
Well, may I suggest that we reach out to our, I think it's our representative who speaks to lighting, since that's one of our
Sure.
jobs this evening.
and then we're really just approving the lighting?
The lighting and landscaping.
Yeah, the water efficient landscaping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we do that, can I
Okay,
just make a
please.
comment in
Sure.
terms of, I know we can't say anything about it, but I would like to give more color in case people are listening to what we say. I think that the south exterior which are the fronts of the units is really sweet. I really like it. In terms of just the playfulness of it and practicality, et cetera, and meeting all that function with form. When you look at the north exterior to Mission, it looks more plain to me, and I don't like it as much. And my visceral response is it's not as good, it's not as successful as the parking lot side, and yet that is what you're gonna see when you drive by, and you're sitting in traffic actually. When you're not driving by, you're sitting there staring at it. And so while we can't, they're gonna do it now, but I think for future, when you have something like that is so visible to the street, and you're gonna do the Danish style, the side that is actually presenting is great. And I wish that was the side that was presenting to the street. That's all I'm saying. It just looks, the middle section on the Mission side looks, something's off to me, and it's usually it's usually a scale or there's something off in that middle section.
Yeah, I understand.
that
is bothering me, and I'm staring at it and I want to fix it, but that's not my job. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, duly
That's
noted.
more like the off-center That's
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not centered in the,
Yeah,
it's
and the only two the only two vertical.
vertical.
Yeah.
Well, the half timbering,
Yeah,
there's
it
no,
just
none
doesn't
of
look
the
right.
angled
Yeah,
half
just-
timbering.
It just doesn't look right to me.
Yeah, I understand.
And just to note, that I think part of this could be resolved with not having that half timbering above the window in a way, but I don't know. It's a design element, and it's, again, apparently that's not our purview tonight.
Is that right? I mean, are we approving the colors tonight? I mean, are we doing that, or has that been done already?
Technically, the planning commission approved the colors
Okay, that's.
and the elevations. Again, this is one of those
Transitions.
projects that were in the middle
Well, yeah.
of the process.
Okay,
You can ask the applicant if that's something they would consider as doing something to resolve it. But the one element that is to think about is this is a very small lot. So there's a lot happening on this site. And I think, if I remember, I think I might have had the same reaction, that there was something more that could be done along that elevation. But then putting it in the context of that site, there's a lot happening there already.
My thought was that this can be mitigated to a large extent with the landscaping.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why I mentioned the choice of grapevines were not what I would consider to be the best choice.
Okay.
And there are still two existing trees along that frontage
Right.
there too.
There's two trees that they show up. Well,
The grapevines, just to be clear, because I'm directionally challenged, that's the 246
Right.
line, yeah.
okay. Is there a motion regarding this proposal?
Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan. And then we'll get, Susan, please proceed.
Oh, I wasn't planning on speaking to this, but I just wanted you to know that the lighting for this, I Googled the lights, because I didn't find pictures of them in the packet, but, they're great, they're beautiful.
Okay.
They're dark sky compliant, and, they look like they're just right.
Great, well, I see Nancy is still on, she doesn't have a hand up, and so, Nancy, you don't have anything to add to that? Nancy Emerson? Okay.
Thank you, Susan.
I think we previously commented on this lighting as being compliant, and I totally agree with what Susan's saying.
Okay, thank you. Mr. St. George. What?
No,
He's commenting on this.
Oh, on this.
Yeah, he's commenting.
Yeah.
He's a citizen.
I don't wanna be the pain in the butt, guy in the community, but it looks like, I lived in Europe for 5.5 years, and I never saw a white mullion in my life, the whole time I was there. Windows to me are the eyes of a building. They're extremely important, especially where this building's located. I'm really hoping that these are casement windows and not slider windows. I'm really hoping that these aren't Home Depot vinyl type windows. I know this is outside your purview right now, but they're also in Europe, if we're really trying to make this look like it is European, these windows really need to be inset. And what I can tell of the elevations, these look like they're surface mounted windows. And so my hope is that these aren't just gonna be cheap, white vinyl windows. I have a problem with white, period, because white, I'm gonna say it again, I've never seen a building in Europe with white windows. And I'm really, really hoping that they're not vinyl.
Well, your point has been heard, not only by the committee, but by the architect. And I do think, they do use white, but it is more limited than.
I've just never seen it.
Yeah.
My first wife was Danish, so I spent a lot of time in Denmark.
Okay.
So.
All right, thank you.
They like color.
Any other comments? Here in Zoom room, okay. Do I have a motion regarding this
Well,
proposal?
I'd still like to, you know, if anybody else have comments on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The landscaping, you know, I would like to see something other than grapevines and something that would soften the building a little bit more. If I'm looking at the existing trees, does one of those in fact go in front of that area that we've been kind of talking about as being a bit aesthetically questionable?
Dead center.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that will mitigate that.
But they are deciduous trees, so,
Mhm.
you know, part of the year,
Right.
they have the seasons.
I would like to encourage the applicant to modify this landscape plan along 246. My peers up here, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I mean,
In regards to where the grapevines are, to use that space to soften the building.
It was the colors.
to add additional trees there, is that what you're saying?
Potentially trees or shrubs or something to be in that space, other than grapevines.
So the one element that we, again, we need to work with Caltrans. Usually they don't want to put trees in the right of way.
That was my concern too,
Yes.
that this has to be mitigated in a way that is approved by Caltrans.
Right. So we could work with the applicant to see if there's ways to put trees closer to the building, not so much along the sidewalk and closer to the freeway. Or, you know, some bushes that
Yeah,
can grow
shrubs.
higher.
Yeah, there's lots of options there
Right.
that could be considered.
Once they've filled in, well, it's several years now, great plans. I guess I just don't have a problem with the great plans.
Yeah, it's just because they go, yeah, I love wine.
It is kind of it is a nice gateway. I don't have problems with myself either with the grapevines, and it is a safety issue for the DOT.
Mhm.
And I also understand that there needs to be some kind of barrier there so that people aren't walking right up to the building necessarily either. They want something that people, you know, kind of presents a separation between the sidewalk and the highway and the building.
So.
So it kind of depends on what the rest of you say.
I could be convinced either way. For me, it's like, there is a softness when the grapevines are in full form. They're gorgeous, right? It's when it's when they're bare vines that they're just like, oh, scary world, you know?
Yeah, they're not particularly attractive. That was what,
Yeah.
they were always all nice and leafy.
Yeah,
completely
it's,
different.
and then you just have these spiny,
And that was
Yeah.
based upon how it looked at the other lodging along that same stretch of 246 down, just, 2 doors down, and how it wasn't particularly aesthetically
right.
pleasing.
Right.
Again, I'm not so bothered by it. I mean, partly, this is it's not only wine country, it's an agrarian area. And this is deciduous trees and, part
People
of it is,
farm, it's farm.
and they're leafy and bloom, during the major
Want some
part of our-
dairy cows
of our
up along
season.
that, like back in the day. Sorry.
So one of the
That's
things that we could
It's
do.
getting late.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
One of
It is
the,
getting late.
Yeah, we still have another item to cover
Yeah,
here.
so we need to
so
have-
one suggestion I would make is if it's appropriate to leave the grapevines as illustrated, but up against the building have more shrub plantings so that at least during the off seasons, there's some greenery.
Maybe, like
Up
a
against the
layering
bin.
effect.
Yes, so
That
we
would
can
work.
do something that gets more planting up against the building.
Okay,
That's good,
Is that-
that's a good compromise.
is that a motion? Some?
Yeah.
Yeah, I make that motion.
Okay, there we go.
And a second.
Okay, there it is.
Okay.
Motion,
It is to approve the plans as presented with the addition of a landscaping along the
Border,
The
along
border
the
of-
property.
yeah,
Or
property
along,
border.
along the building side.
along the building facing 246.
Yeah.
and I think friendly amendment is that the findings be modified to to reflect the scope of responsibility assigned to us by the Planning Commission for this project.
And I'd also like to make a note that I would encourage the applicant to carefully consider the choice of white. I guess that at this point, there's not much option for changing that. I don't know how that works.
Is
But
that
I
are
concur
you talking
with,
about windows, or are you talking
yeah,
about?
the windows, yeah, because
Yeah.
it is,
Yeah.
I think there were,
Fair point.
if it had been brought in front of us, I would have encouraged you to make other choices
Yeah.
for the window color.
Good,
That's reasonable.
Yeah, agreed.
But
okay,
since that's outside of our jurisdiction this evening.
okay. Anything, so that's,
Item
we've got a motion and a second, we haven't taken a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great, okay.
I think it'll be a lovely project.
Thank you.
Best wishes.
Thank you. We have one more project, and Mr. St. George, I can't tell you much, I appreciate your patience. We have something called the Lucca Italian Market.
Yes,
She'll give us a briefing, and then I'll ask you, no, but you can stand. She'll give us an overview of the recommendation that the staff have made to us regarding this. Okay.
So we're bringing before you today a project that's going to be going through the new process whereby you're going to make the final recommendation to the Planning Commission. So this is one that you need to have some good deliberation and consideration, because your recommendations will be part of the package going to the Planning Commission, and this project will not be coming back to you.
Oh.
Now, I just gotta clarify with our new process, the only reason it would come back is if there are substantive changes to the aesthetics or what's approved. Am I understanding that right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So if we could go back to the PowerPoint presentation, please. Go through this one. Okay, so the project is the old bank building. It's in the TRC zone. This is final review for a recommendation to the Planning Commission for the development plan. The reason this particular project is going through a development plan process is because under the ordinance, the building was vacant for more than 3 years and there was no activity. So this is coming back for their full consideration of that building. This is the particular site. There was, I believe, Union Bank was there for a number of years, and then it's been vacant for, I believe, almost 10 years. The one element to realize is this did have a drive-through element to it. So there's actually 3 curb cuts along the frontage of this property. The proposal by Mr. St. George is to close off the drive-through element so that there will only be 2 curb cuts along the frontage. The parking lot will be reconfigured. Instead of diagonal parking, there'll be 90-degree parking. They will lose some parking spaces in that new configuration, but they still have plenty on the site. Other elements that will be changed is removal of the drive-through porticature will be removed, and there'll be other elements that will be changed. This is the elevations of the building as it currently exists. This is the front as you're pulling into the driveway. This is the drive-through element. There will be some extensions of buildings or additions to the buildings into that area where the drive-through used to be, and a courtyard established in that one area. These are the drive-through windows that will be removed. And the proposal is to make this more of an outdoor activity area with a bocce ball court. This is the full elevation as you're facing towards the Mission, towards the east, and you can see where the drive-through for the cars were located before. That roof will be coming off, and there will be a new roof put on that will be for outdoor seating. The front elevation that faces Mission Drive, the changes that you will see is where the drive-through element was will now be enclosed. And there are a number of new windows, new layouts and everything else that will include paned windows. This is the comparison of the changes that will be made to the area towards the parking lot. Again, the drive-through element will be removed, and there will be a new roof for outdoor seating installed, and replacement of windows and cleaning up of the site. Oh, this is where the sign is going to be located out front, and additional landscaping, and that particular driveway will be removed. This is the idea of the colors for the sign mounted, and so this is basically the package.
Was that, excuse me, go back there, was that a stucco, or what is
It's
on the sign? There you go.
It's a
What's the surface?
stucco.
What is it?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Stucco.
Oh, it is stucco, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, got it.
It's plaster, sorry.
That's fine, got it, thank you.
So this is a better illustration of the site plan, which shows the revised parking configuration, more landscaping in the parking area. And you can see the bocce ball court, which is marked out down towards the left-hand corner. Yeah, so that's it.
Interesting.
So again, the project's not changing any of the existing brickwork or the roof. It's basically a renovation of the building with some additional features, landscaping, new parking lot, and we're ready to move forward to the Planning Commission with your recommendation.
Mr. St. George, do you want to have an opportunity? I mean, we appreciate your patience on this, and I'm glad that you were here to comment on 2 or 3 of the other projects.
You don't have to say that.
I know, that's what.
I mean, I appreciate you listening, I really do. It's actually been interesting. I would love to have, I didn't realize this was gonna be my only opportunity to go before the board. But I would love to get some input. We just kind of put it out there. If you want mullioned windows, we'll be happy to put them in. If you want to leave the windows the way they are with that type of architecture, I'm okay with leaving them that way as well. We can make the drive-through window a little smaller if you want. I was wanting more of suggestions. I do need to move this forward.
Right.
But I was kind of hoping for some comments from the board.
Is there some way we could see what those windows with the aluminum, is that are those paints, or is it like, it's almost like applied?
Well, it's gonna have to be, it'll have to be applied because of the size of them. And that's what I was saying, I could actually, because of wind, and if we painted all those windows, I mean, it would almost be impossible to get any kind of strength out of them. And that's what I was saying, we can reduce, if you go to the elevation, it would be that elevation right there, the north elevation. All we did is we filled in that whole area with windows. We can make that smaller. I don't have a problem with that at all. And like I said, I'm okay with not adding mullions. It's definitely not a Danish design. I don't even know what design this is, honestly. I mean, it's a brick building.
Well, yeah, so it goes back to what Jennifer and we were talking about, those bad applied, I mean, not that you do anything bad, but that sort of applied framing and windows. She doesn't, it looks like nothing else in the area, so my vote would be for like another solution for that.
I don't even like the mullions. The reason we put the mullions in is because it is a strong suggestion. I personally would leave the windows in. the way they are is single. I think it goes better with that style of window. I think trying to pretend to put mullions on that is kind of silly. We only did that because of the DRC guidelines.
If you were to build this from scratch, it would look very different.
But yeah, it would.
I appreciate that.
So you can see the elevations as they're shown, if you leave without changing the windows, this is what you'll see.
I don't think they were done with particularly good window selection in the first place, right? So this storefront looks pretty cheap anyway. So I'm not sure leaving it is a good one either. Like if you're gonna invest in it, I agree that the planton mullions are excessive in the rendering. There's just too much of them. It looks crazy.
Yeah.
Well, at first I thought they were glass blocks.
Yeah.
You know, when I first saw it, yeah.
So I think are you suggesting, I want to make sure I'm interpreting you correctly, are you suggesting to potentially remove some of the windows and fill it in?
No,
Okay.
what I would be suggesting is what we're trying to do is the minimum amount of work to the building, because it's a pretty old building and it's very prominent. But where we have on the north elevation, where you have that massive amount of windows, we don't need this. This is a grocery store in Delhi. We're not trying to sell clothes. A lot of people sit there while they're sitting at the light, staring at this building. We really haven't got anything approved yet from Solvang, so that's why I was hoping to get some suggestions. I know that's crazy for a developer to ask that, but.
Well, so I'm again, to clarify, are you suggesting then that where the drive-through was, this right side of the north face, that instead of having glass, to have a wall?
Well, I would suggest a smaller, window, the size that would balance it, on like what we have on the left side.
I think the remassing would make sense.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, say that again.
So
I was busy looking at the picture.
I'm gonna bring a pointer next time, I'm sorry.
And this doesn't work.
I can point.
So basically, we're talking about, so this is right now the current drive-through,
Right.
okay? This big gap,
Okay.
okay?
That's it, facing Mission Drive.
Facing Mission,
So as you-
that's the drive-through.
so If you look to your left, you're
Right,
facing,
right,
this is
right.
the drive-through where you pull in to go around the building and the actual equipment was sitting in the back, okay? This is showing all this glass filled in, and what he's saying is, he doesn't need all this glass for a grocery store.
Right.
It's not, right? So I was suggesting remassing it so it looks less of this crazy mullion scene, and it also balances better. So I was suggesting that the window changes a design here to make it look less like almost like a garage door. It looks
Yeah.
I agree.
So it looks more like a window and less like a wall with glass.
Yeah, Jennifer, the window right behind you,
Yeah.
that on the left side,
Yes, so it's something that
Something of that
matches
size.
Right, to mirror.
yeah.
That would be my suggestion if you were looking for suggestions.
And I am.
The images here make it look like they're kind of, am I looking at just aluminum framed windows that exist in the building presently?
Well, yeah, they're storefront windows.
Yeah, yeah,
Aluminum storefront.
yeah. You know, something with a new window
Was this the ATM?
Yes.
I think this was the ATM.
Yeah.
Some of that area was.
I think this is the same idea though. I don't know that, like, maybe you.
We can fill that in completely.
Yeah, like, just fill it in.
Yes,
I don't have a problem with that. It's just, the problem is it's brick,
right.
Matching the brick.
and trying to
Well,
match the brick, that brick company is
Yeah.
obviously out of business now.
Long gone,
Yeah.
yeah. And I gotta compliment the brick, because that's really commonly used in Denmark. Not in the 1800s so much, but you see brick all over. And this is a standout building in Solvang, because with our earthquake codes, there aren't many brick buildings. I would love to see you continue to use brick to the extent you can, and that brings about my question, which I'd like to come back to this conversation. I don't think we're done. But on the west elevation, which I believe is facing Alisal, Is that correct? Am I right on the west elevation?
That would be west, yes.
Okay, it looks like you've taken a long brick wall and replaced that with quite a bit of white stucco.
Well, first of all, I can assure you, unless this was mission, I don't use stucco.
Okay,
I plaster.
all right.
There's a big difference.
It says stucco on my plan, that's all.
It does?
It says stucco to match existing.
Oh, no, I don't like stucco. I
Okay.
use a mission mix.
Okay.
It's actually Santa Barbara mission. But
It's
it's
got kind of a smooth finish
very
by
smooth.
comparison.
Yeah. It's
So my question, I guess, is you're removing quite a few elevation.
Could we go back to that elevation?
Yeah,
The proposed?
It's A62.
Oh, I don't have a slide for that.
I didn't
That-
think you did.
Yeah,
That
I'm
just
sorry,
didn't
yeah.
show it.
I'm sorry, I was trying to be judicious, yes.
The,
I'm asking about these.
yeah, the fill in, yeah, I'll go back. Yes, what that is we're filling in the sides. You're not really gonna be able to see that from Alisol. I just want to assure you of that. Because what we're putting on the corner,
Because of the new development.
because of the new development we're putting on the
Right.
corner.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well,
We're-
that was I drove by today and walked by during the weekend, and, clearly once the cottage is on the corner, if that's built, and then one of my questions was if you're considering tying these two properties together in any way. But that's gonna be taking a while, and those are pretty long expanses of white. So I guess I'd like you to consider that, and then on the other side of that, you were saying if you're gonna fill that in with brick is hard to obtain. Aren't you gonna be demoing some areas over here where there's a potential for salvaging some of the bricks to fill in?
These are actually structural bricks. They're not for like a steel structure or a wood
Right.
substructure. They really are structural bricks, which is odd, but it is a bank. So it's understandable. They're big bricks. Really, if it's a concern, I could put like a faux brick, like an application brick, but I'm afraid that may look silly.
It will,
And, yeah, I could put vines on that. That was my suggestion. There are many vines that will grow in this environment. And it would grow up, what I'm planning on doing is vining that whole wall, if it's okay with you. Because that's going to be a better backdrop. We're gonna be landscaping behind anyway, but that's gonna be a better backdrop for what I'm doing on the corner.
That's true.
I'm hoping something like a grape ivy, which does grow quick. And so that was the original plan. We don't have a landscape plan at this point.
which is why I was a little surprised it's coming for final, because landscape makes such a huge.
Well, we do have a landscape plan,
Okay,
that's what this is.
all right.
So,
Yeah,
we
and
have all,
yeah, go ahead.
we have all the materials to take this to the planning commission, that's the direction we were working with Ed's, team. If he would like to come back with more information for another meeting, we can defer it from the planning commission hearing.
Well, I think given the new rules, my sense is, I think what we can do is, if we can agree on modifications,
Or.
what we're doing is, we don't wait for them to come back and make sure that they comply, because those are incorporated then in the version that's presented to the planning commission for their final approval. And we're not gonna see it,
Well, or vice versa, what I was thinking was that because you were unaware, this is it, do you wish to return and make this more of a conceptual conversation and return for an approval conversation?
If there's a possibility where I could still go to the planning commission based on, no, okay.
yeah, I think under the new streamlined process, what we're doing is we're gonna, we can approve what's here, or we can make, or essentially direct changes. And we're suggesting those now, and then then those changes will be made in the materials presented to the planning commission. Is that right, Lori?
Correct. And then from that condition, that's it, there's no need to come back around to the DRC.
If, I know it's late, but if we could do this real quick, maybe?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with the grape ivy. If the suggestion that I think Jennifer was having, on the window, I'll be happy to, use the same size window as we have on the left side of the building. I really appreciate the fact that there's a streamlined process. I mean, that's important. I've had this property for a long time and it's just kind of sitting.
Yeah.
And it is very, very expensive for me every month.
And we don't want to delay your progress and the enhancement that project will bring to
But
downtown.
can you make this, so can we go, we don't have 6.2, but 6.2 is really
Yeah,
important because
it is.
it's all the elevations.
It is.
And the reason why it's important is because not only do we have the issue on the north elevation, we've got the big window or the big garage door window on the south elevation, we've got one on the east. And so they're all random, right? They don't marry, they're not consistent.
And they're different heights.
And so can you just agree or maybe say that you will look at making like, that these become all like consistent, right? So this is not, this matches
Yeah.
this window.
Yes.
this
Sorry, I
matches
didn't even
that
think of that.
window, This matches, this.
Yeah, but it doesn't,
They're
it's
just
unique.
all
I mean, because
Hey,
Yeah, no, I see
I don't know what you said.
I think this, we can just
Hey,
draw, I've done this
Maria,
plenty of
for
times with ABR. We can just draw it on
Then
right
go
now.
to DRC.
Come and submit that to the
And then it's the last item on the
What
agenda.
type of windows
There's
are you
PDFs.
proposing then? Are you proposing so it's a deep set?
We're
or
already
something that-
deep set.
Yeah.
Yeah,
something
we're
that's-
already set, which is
Well,
fine.
now they're aluminum. Are you looking at something that's, to match the, is it a bronze or, I don't know exactly what color the paint is here.
Yeah, I would look.
Because we don't have paint chips today, do we? Do we
Well,
have any?
it's great building.
Well, but there's existing colors on there and you're proposing the match on the back for that.
Yeah,
So
this
white.
isn't changing though, right?
No. No, I wasn't gonna change
No,
that.
not that, but like just this,
Yeah,
right?
perfect.
To me, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Let me show
And then what kind of doors that?
Why don't you
that-
describe it? I mean,
Okay,
maybe
so-
you citing the,
Can we put my screen on
Yeah, so I can't draw here, but, basically,
Jennifer, you have to speak in your,
Oh,
I think
yeah.
she's pulling it up, I believe.
Okay.
trying to
on-
pull it
But-
up, yeah.
If you wait a second, she'll have
Okay.
it on screen share and you can,
oh,
show it.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Does that look reasonable?
Let's take my screen off for a second, I need to
No,
sign in.
it's- yeah, absolutely.
What? You don't want us to
That's
see
how
it?
it balances.
Yeah.
My password.
And this one is too.
I didn't know where that is.
So, south side, so the back of the building. Right? So the side of that
I
side.
don't want her work.
The other side of basically the overhang. Your drawing isn't accurate.
Everybody's gonna sign that.
Okay?
Well, because that's part of the kitchen. There's no
Oh,
reason
that
to
makes
have it.
sense.
Yeah, there's no reason. to
Okay.
have that.
Okay.
let's get a final list of
Yeah, from the
key
sidewalk.
adjustments and pass around to the planning board.
Yeah. So
Um,
I think we're suggesting that the windows match, any new windows match the size and the scale of the
Okay.
existing windows, right? So,
And we're talking about replacing existing
Yeah.
windows, so you're talking about the window openings,
Correct.
will match, and there'll be all new windows that will be,
Bronze.
bronze,
okay, that's what I needed to hear.
Grape ivy,
And,
Grape ivy.
And grape ivy where the,
On the east
former-
elevation.
Where the former ATM
Or the west
was.
elevation, I should say.
Okay, and a bocce ball court out on the side, a lot of vegetation to break up the parking lot, which is a definite improvement. Are we tasked with sign content or just sign placement today?
For today, he has proposed a sign with content in it, so there is a question about whether that's going to change or not, but I think for today, we'd go ahead and approve what he's proposed, and then if there's any changes, we can come back.
I would like to ask you to defer the sign and just work on the sign placement today.
Sure.
That, yeah.
Sure,
Can we do
that's,
that?
yeah,
Good
no
idea.
problem.
I like that.
And then what about the big expanses of white stucco? To me, I agree, it almost wants like a mural or an art, it looks like art walls to me. So maybe it's just because it's also white again?
Yeah, I think that needs to be mitigated.
It just does, yeah. It looks-
Jennifer, could I paint that like a green color until the grape ivy would grow on it?
I don't know if that works without a.
I'm just confused about this elevation, how this stucco is above the roof line. That's the one thing too, I can't follow this drawing.
Where are we?
We're back on
still on
A6-2.
6-2, I haven't really left that. The west elevation on the plan east side shows a white stucco or plaster wall that extends beyond the bottom of the roof line, which I don't follow.
Shows a 9-6 wall there.
Oh.
There's a courtyard in there that he was trying to do sound, they were trying to do a sound.
So that's a
Yeah.
wall, like a screening wall.
Yes.
No, you're talking about the one that's to the right?
Uh-huh,
Yeah,
yes.
no, actually, that's up right there, so you don't see the solar panels. I have above, there's a flat roof on here. We have, we're running solar, and there's gonna be
Okay.
solar panels on that too.
Oh.
The one to the left, that's the courtyard.
Okay.
So what that is, that's a small parapet wall, so you don't see the edge of the solar panels
Okay.
from Alisol. Yeah, it's difficult to see, but where the mechanical well is, when you go down 3 lines, that whole mechanical well will be filled with solar. And then also the trellis on the side is gonna have, we're gonna put as much solar on this project as possible. There's gonna be a lot of refrigeration.
Okay, I'm concerned
Wow, this is
about,
20 feet of white stucco.
yeah, I'm concerned about the amount of changes that are being addressed here tonight. I feel as though I would like you to consider this more of a conceptual conversation and come back.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I would like to, if there would be some sort of way, and I know I was getting the big blonde shaking of the head no from the angle. If there would be some way where I could go to planning commission with the understanding that I would still come back here, I just would, wait a minute, planning commission, this isn't even that big of a deal, is it, Laurie? I mean, what's planning commission gonna look at?
Well, the planning, we will go through the full planning commission hearing on this project. It is not a big deal in the sense that this is an existing building and it's an allowed use. We just have to go through the process.
When would that?
When were you scheduled to go?
We were planning on taking this to the planning commission on June 6th.
So next meeting,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
you
working
know
on the
what?
staff
Look,
report.
this thing's waited this long. This is a huge, huge project for the city. I mean, I don't wanna sound like a hypocrite and tell you guys everything else is super important. The reason I'm doing this is because this is so important to the city. Look, can I get on the next ABR meeting or ARB?
DRC meeting.
DRC.
Yes, we will, we
I would
definitely.
like to ask you to treat this as a conceptual conversation in return for the one-shot review next time.
Okay, done, but
Okay.
let's,
Let's
Continue
talk
the
about this.
conversation.
yeah, let's talk about it, yeah. I
This
mean, we're here
west
this late.
elevation, I just am reading the dimension, that's 19.4 of white stucco, all the way to the rooftop. That is a big white wall, unless you're gonna show movies on that wall, I don't know what.
And I understand that it's gonna be covered with vines, but my concern is that's a very big expanse, and 2 big expanses of, plaster. I started to say
Yeah,
stucco.
I know.
So you can get that fixed on the other ones. Is there an option to maintain brick, or is this because it's built
I think
out?
I don't think it's brick either. Think
Well,
about
it
it.
is, but I think the brick was the inset because this is the drive-through.
Yeah, I think you should think about creating some architectural variation, decoration, something to make that, to break up those big plaster walls and create some architectural moment that makes you feel like it's part of the building and it's functional, but it probably isn't functional. That's what I think you have to do.
You
And
thinking maybe some gables?
maybe, I don't wanna tell you what to do, but I.
No,
but
I'm not
I-
actually
but-
looking for suggestions.
I know,
Yeah.
but I feel like it honestly looks like you kind of scan it, oh, then there's a drive-in movie theater at the end of the building.
And it will be standing here, realistically, it's gonna be a
while
couple of years
till
till
that
your other
5B is
project
up.
is.
Why are you guys saying that?
Well, I can't imagine.
Oh,
Until you can get all the materials you need.
Don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm building right now, it's taking a bit of time.
I hate to say, I wonder if it would be an advantage, and I hate to do this, to have Jennifer and Esther be a subcommittee. Because if there's so many particular things, and there's lots to do, he's willing to, no, he's not interested.
I think
Okay.
it really needs to come back because it's so
Well, I know that,
substantial.
but I was thinking to.
Oh, to kind of consult on.
So when it comes back,
Poor
it's.
Pat doesn't wanna sit here and hash it out tonight.
What I'm hearing a lot, what I'm hearing right now is
Yeah,
great.
I understand.
Good.
This is, I'm making little comments to myself. This is, we're good architects. I'm not weird. I have a great architectural team. They will come back with something great. I'm hearing what you're saying, too much expanse. And these guys, they're not miracle workers, but I mean, they're really, really good guys. So I get the expanse in the back because of the perceived time that it's gonna take me to get my permits on the hotel. Not happy about that.
Another thought for your team to consider is right now you really don't have any color per se, other than the accent kind of above the gables there. Maybe you need to talk to them about what that might be so that you could consider that when you look at this wall. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't have any suggestions other than maybe professionals. I ran out of suggestions a while ago.
all walls are not created equal, make a wall out of wood, make a wall out of some stone,
I think
make a wall out of.
I think that's a good idea.
Make
Get
some other
cedar or
material
something,
that breaks it up and makes it a little bit more interesting.
And I think that bricks to me are a little bit more of an organic, element, made of the earth, and that mixing them, even though it's going to be plaster, it's still such a stark variation. Maybe something a little bit more organic would be a potential
Yeah,
answer.
because honestly, this is reading like bad colonial, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's seriously like kind of right? Like almost funeral home in a weird way.
It's,
I mean, no,
okay,
that's
all right,
really not
Jeff.
the look you're going
But
for.
no, you want it needs to be softened. It needs to
Agreed.
be softened.
Well, we do plan on, you don't have it right now, but you haven't seen any of my I tend to over landscape and thin out later. That's kind of my style. So you will see a tremendous amount of landscaping on this. We were planning on bringing that in our T&Is for the tenant improvement plan, because we're not asking for that right now. What we're just asking for is the addition.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, please,
I was
go
gonna say,
ahead.
that might be relevant to this conversation. I don't know what kind of space you have on this side property line here. I mean, how much space is there between this building and the property line? Is it 4 feet?
Well, it doesn't matter, I control the neighbor.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking some cypress trees, just a few here and there maybe or something. I'm not even gonna say it because I got such a great architectural team that they're gonna laugh at any of my suggestions.
Well, and that's
So-
why I say that I think that I encourage you to have a more detailed, landscape plan, which will address potentially some of the concerns in addition to
Yeah.
looking at the elements.
I don't want to hear concerns. I see one hand on Zoom, and Susan, your hand is up, and I appreciate your patience. I know Nancy's there too, but would you share your thoughts that you have regarding this matter? And then Nancy.
It'll be real quick. We're concerned, again, Save Our Stars, we're concerned with the large pole lights in the parking lot or on the edge of the property, and another security light near the porch, what was the porch. And we hope that these will be taken out. There's no new lighting proposed yet for this, and I'm sure there will be exterior lights. So that isn't the issue at the moment, but it's these huge poles with floodlights on them and the security lights. And we hope that those will be taken out. It wouldn't make a good atmosphere for outside dining, and it would just be a neighborly gesture. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Nancy Emerson.
She probably left that on.
Yeah.
She just, I thought it just went on, okay. Here's,
Sorry, my apologies. Nancy Emerson, we watch. We're concerned about, not the amount of parking on this site, and we know that you do not make the decisions about the amount of parking, but about the fact that, Mr. St. George also wants to develop a mini hotel on the property next to this. And that he has, in connection with that, suggested that he would be asking for 10 parking spaces to be reserved in the Alisal parking lot for that project. I confirmed with the city that there are only about 500 public parking spaces in the whole city. There is no precedent for reserving any of those spaces for one business, but hotel clients do need some kind of reserved spaces. And that means the chances are good he will need parking spaces at the Italian deli for his hotel guests as well as his deli guests. And therefore, before the parking lot is locked in and everything else where there might be parking, it seems to me that there needs to be a thorough examination of the question of whether there should be more parking spaces on this site so that there will be parking for the mini hotel.
okay,
I realize that that's not your decision to make, but I think that because you're looking at the design of the site, that is something that he needs to consider and bring back perhaps some changes in the site when he comes back for a more final approval from you. Also want to thank you for making this a conceptual discussion rather than a final approval.
thank you, Nancy. The person that you should be talking to has heard your message, and will take it under advisement, I'm sure.
So we've heard a number of comments from the committee, really appreciate those. We'll work with Mr. St. George. I'm sorry. Thank you. We've heard your comments, and we'll work with Mr. St. George to bring this back to you at the next meeting. Many good comments. I hate to ask this, but the mullion window issue, should we just go with more of the standard windows and not push the mullions?
We wanted window replacement with bronze casement.
Right, and that's kind of where we left it.
Casement?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, no, not
Like
casement.
up and down windows?
Oh, no.
Oh,
they-
no,
they-
we're on.
Not
yeah,
casement, or not mullions, though, right? Or you,
I don't think that mullions are ruled out, but I don't think they're ruled
I'm just looking
in.
at the building. We're not talking about a building from scratch. We're talking about
Yeah, and I
a
think
bank.
what we're seeing here is a kind of a learning curve for all of us, because if this is the only time you come to the design review committee, then lighting should be included, landscaping should be included, paint swatches, even if it's existing, should be included because you're gonna be matching existing. And this only applies because you also own the neighboring property, and we know your intentions there. But I agree with Nancy that one of my concerns was how or if this is going to be integrating in with your cottages on the corner. And if that needs to be at least touched upon, because you may not have a definitive, because that's not a done, deal with approval and such. But we'd like to hear what your plans are for next, for next time. I'm just saying, this is all a learning, because obviously you didn't know this was your one shot either.
I was a little surprised, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of it. I mean, but I was grossly unprepared if this was the only time.
Yeah.
So I'll come back with more details.
Good.
If I could get on the
Yeah.
very next agenda though, that would be
And
great.
hopefully, we were helpful in some way. So,
No, absolutely. I really appreciate you guys volunteering your time.
I
mean, I really do.
looking forward to the project.
So-
It's been a long time that property's been empty, and I'm sure that there's lots of challenges ahead to go through the planning, and you've got in and out at that property and such, but it seems that you're gonna elevate the whole aesthetic of town at another key entry area as you come into the little village area. And it's not truly Danish in what we call our old world Danish here in town, and yet I think it can be certainly classified as having that Danish aesthetic with the bricks and the details that your team will add.
Yeah, I think with a lot of vines, a lot of the grape ivy growing up around it, and, with a lot of the olive trees that we're gonna get in there, it'll actually, I think it'll soften quite a bit. We're bringing in we're not even bringing in box trees, we're bringing in like 50, 70-year-old olive trees.
Are you bringing
for
the olive
parking
trees
lot.
that used to be on the corner into there, or?
No, those are at my house now. Well, the reason I had to take those is because there's a liability. Everybody that walks across there, I'm liable for, and if somebody got hurt in those trees or somebody got accosted, I don't wanna be responsible for it, so I pull those out.
Well, it's sad to see them go in the.
They have a good home.
interim.
They have a good home. There's still birds landing in them, so they didn't get cut out. We took the time to move them. But I got all your comments.
Great.
And I appreciate that.
We look
And
forward
so
to
when we
seeing
come
you
back-
again then, next meeting.
It-
I appreciate your patience today and your willingness to, make some good investments in the community.
Well, I appreciate it once again for all you guys do. So I'm looking forward to bringing it back. Because I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Great.
What we do.
Thank you
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Earlier, next time.
Yeah,
Yeah, could you schedule me first?
yeah, really.
Always last.
Okay, anything more to
I can't
come?
remember what's left, yeah.
I think that's,
Yeah, I know, our brains are.
I think that's the,
have diminished capacities.
Are there any committee member comments?
Okay, actually, I have a couple, I promised the
Yep.
community that has reached out to me that I would bring up. One is the Made in Solvang store with the flashing light strip in the window that's on day and night, which I believe is out of compliance. I'd like to ask that your people look into that. And the other item that was brought to my attention by several community members is the brunch sign that's posted very prominently on Coast Range along Mission Drive.
So the Coast Range sign is not an approved sign, and the city has contacted, our code enforcement has contacted the business owner and manager, so they are aware of that. We'll continue to work with them. And the Made in Solving issue is not one I had heard about before, but I will definitely send it over to attention of code enforcement.
It runs parallel with the window frame on the left side, and I went to look today. It was like very obvious during the middle of the sunny day, and I saw it last night. I went to look too.
And just
Can't miss it.
Just so you know, really briefly, to respond to just code enforcement overall, as part of the discussion of the financial plan on Monday, there is a suggestion to both immediately in this year and going forward to enhance code enforcement by proposing to potentially hire a couple of part-timers, part-time workers who would be ambassadors, whatever you would call it, but they would be visible in downtown to cover the weekends and busy evenings when the city's staff presence is minimal in the city. So that is a proposal that is going to be considered by the city council if anybody is interested in commenting on that on Monday.
I'll see if I can stay that late on Monday, I'll be here then, and I wondered if it was appropriate that our team make any kind of collective comment on that, or not, is that?
You don't have the jurisdiction to fund that, so you
No.
can make comments right now,
Okay.
even for the record.
I can speak for my experiences that it seems as though this will be a very positive thing from the perspective of not just compliance with, signs and other things, but also having somebody on the ground so that if the trash is overflowing, if there's issues, there's somebody there, there's, boots on the ground, so to speak, and somebody who has some level of identity, because with no foot patrols, and now that Copenhagen's open, at least there's the capacity for the sheriff to go up and down, but the whole time it was closed, there was like zero presence in that area, and that can limit the potential for problems, and they had been growing. And we've heard a lot about that from our guests at the museum, so I believe that it's a positive move, and I hope that the city will consider it favorably.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from committee members? Any staff, city staff comments?
So the projection for next month, we have one sign plan that is coming before you. We believe that the 3 houses on Figueroa Street, right behind the park building, will have also before you, and now we'll be bringing back Mr. St. George's.
First Street, Figueroa?
Did I say Figueroa?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's like, okay, we've all been
Wow,
there a long time.
I'm tired too. Yes, on First Street,
Okay.
behind the park building. And those were 3 buildings that were torn down, and these are the replacement buildings. And so, and then Mr. St. George's project will be coming back also. And if there's anything else that you want scheduled, so it should be a shorter meeting.
Well, I think we're trying out this streamlining process. I think this first case, may suggest some, maybe, I'm not sure what it is exactly, but maybe there's ways in which, the applicants could be forewarned about, or, make sure that it's all teed up.
Right.
When they come here, because this, if it's kind of half-baked because they assume they're going to come back, they have to understand, because we want to streamline it if we can. If it doesn't work, we'll go back and talk with the city council.
Right, because the first time out of the gate here it didn't work,
Yeah.
but I think it's really important that they come with a complete package.
Yeah.
If it's
Thank
the
you very
last
much.
time.
That's
Yeah.
the big thing. Because
Yeah.
otherwise, there's
Yeah.
things about it we can't comment and, so.
That's right. Yeah, and I want to thank city manager, the staff, and particularly my colleagues on the design review committee for their patience today. We got a lot done and had a lot to do, and I think that's great. It's exciting to be part of, have a role in the improvements of Solvang. It's fun. So thank you all for that. Absent any further comment, we'll be adjourned.
Thank you.
Bye.